Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can board member please take their seats so we can begin our meeting? Closer to you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call our meetings to order for May 30, 2022. I want to begin our meeting by recognizing that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe host nation. The peoples of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe nation has lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and present have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The Ottawa Police Service Board honor the peoples and the land of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe nation. Today, Ottawa is home to approximately 40,000 First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. Ottawa's Indigenous community is diverse, representing many nations, language, and customs. The Ottawa Police Service Board honor the First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people and their valuable past and present contribution to this land. Just a brief note about the in-camera meetings. Prior to the public meeting we held out in our in-camera meeting, the board discussed the renewal of the contract with the airport, a quarterly update on labor relations at the service, an update from the board solicitor, ongoing legal matter, and finally a delay application. Prior to proceeding with the confirmation of the agenda, we have a ceremonial announcement to make concerning the return of the Ottawa Police Service Gala. At this time, I would like to invite those involved in the announcement to meet me at the podium in the front. Good. Are we up? Oh, it is on already. I think John Steinbeck already did it for us here. So today we have a very exciting announcement to make about the return in person of the Ottawa Police Gala. It is great to see this event back this year. I would like to personally welcome Ms. Catherine Clark, who has been the community co-chair of the gala since 2019. Welcome, Catherine. And Catherine, just for transparency, she lives in my area. So if I say something nice, because she lives in Carp. So we also have a representative from this year charities here today who will be introduced shortly. The service has been hosting a gala since 2010 and has raised nearly $1 million for local Ottawa charities during that time. As a result of the pandemic, the gala could not take place the last couple of years. However, it is fortunately returning this fall on October 15. I hope everyone has an opportunity to purchase tickets and consider sponsorship opportunity or a gift for the raffle. Every dollar raised will be making a positive difference in our community. As you will hear shortly, two extremely worthy charities have been selected to receive the proceeds from this year's gala. I want to commend Interim Chief Steve Bell and the Ottawa Police Service member for bringing this event back and further demonstrating the service's commitment to work with supporting the community. I look forward to hearing more about the charity selected. At this time, I would like to turn things over to Interim Chief Bell. Chief.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Catherine, I want to echo what Cheryl Shantiri said. Thank you for your commitment, dedication to us. Your desire to help us and help our community through the gala and all the work you put in is absolutely appreciated. So thank you so much for that. I also want to recognize Inspector Jim Elves, who is our police co-chair, who puts in a phenomenal amount of time, effort to make the gala the success it is. These two people are surrounded by a fantastic team of both internal and community members who put endless hours into making sure that our event is a success, but more than that, that we actually have money to give to the charities that we're looking to sponsor. So to date, the gala has raised almost $1 million since it was first launched in 2010 for charities like the Boys and Girls Club and the Youth Services Bureau. As Cheryl Shantiri said, this year will be happening this fall on October 15th. Please mark the date off. Look to buy your tickets starting in the middle of June. And we have another 2 outstanding charities that we're so excited to be able to announce today who will be recipients of this year's donations. So with funds from the gala, Youth Support Services plan to fund 2 different programs. The first program is On Point, which provides targeted services to youth between the ages of 12 and 21 who are involved or at risk of involvement in street-level violence. The second program is Next Chapter and is designed to protect youth from sexual exploitation and human trafficking. Workers provide intensive supports to youth to link them to health and mental health care, addictions treatment, education program, financial assistance, and employment. These are very important programs in our community, and I'm so pleased that we have the opportunity through work with you to support them through this year's gala. Thank you, Marissa, and I look forward to hearing from you in a minute on your programs. I keep looking where you are. Oh, there you are. Okay, I'm getting confused. With the funds from the gala, our second recipient this year is Mama We Together, who plan to host a 2-day reconciliation event in Ottawa called Truth and Reconciliation Survivors Gathering. This will give survivors an opportunity to share their experiences for others to witness, which is a truth and reconciliation objective. This event is scheduled to take place in September 2022. Again, we as a country are long overdue at facing past atrocities and pledging to ensure we eliminate barriers to harm reduction of Indigenous people. A Truth and Reconciliation Survivors Gathering assists us in listening and learning. So with that, I'll ask Tim Malone to say a few words about Mama We Together. Tim?
Thank you.
Did I get it right?
Perfect. Thanks
Thank you very much.
Thank you, all VIPs, Chair, Chief, and others. It is an honor to be a recipient. This is our first major donation to the vision that myself, but also my fellow board member Jody Walker is here. You know, Mama We Together started 11 years ago before the TRC was released their final report. My wife and I had a vision to make sure that our children in kindergarten saw themselves as Indigenous children. And so I went in and I taught the kindergarten class the Dene Honor Song, and I asked them to sing that. After that, I was invited back to sing it to the school. I went back and sang it to the school. And that created a space. We realized we were stepping into a space that was much needed. We evolved and we grew, and now we have board members and we're evolving. We want to acknowledge the amazing amount of work that the school board is doing. So we started occupying the same space. What we chose to do was evolve. And now, instead of working with just the school board, we are having a larger vision. And just like you mentioned, Chief, we are going to have a 2-day reconciliation event. In my opinion, you know, this country is a great country. It can be better, and it can be better once we see the amazing work that many in this room are doing towards reconciliation. We're going to do our part. We look forward to working with other organizations, and we welcome you to our event, Mama We Together Reconciliation event. There is nothing, in my opinion, more important than reconciliation, allowing survivors to share their truth, but allowing Canadians to bear witness. That is reconciliation. We need to continue moving forward. Sadly, it is beyond our lifetime, but it is an uphill battle. But the Truth and Reconciliation Commission did their work. They're handing over the map, and they're asking you to take on that battle. So we welcome, all assistance, partnerships, and it is an honor to be here. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Tim. We're so honored to be able to help support you, and I hope we can come to your event in September. So thank you so much. With that, I'll now turn it over to Marissa Moore, who'll say a few words about Youth Turn Youth Services. Marissa?
Great, thanks very much. So thank you very much to the OPS Gala Selection Committee for recognizing and choosing Youth Turn Youth Support Services as a charity in 2022. It's particularly special given that you've been on a 2-year hiatus, so it's really nice to be part of this in-person event once again. Galas such as this are so important, particularly for small nonprofit charities, in that it's so difficult to raise funds to keep our services going, particularly when they're in constantly high demand. So this is really wonderful and will really take our services to the next level, so thank you. As the Executive Director of Youth Turn, I'm so proud to be part of such an amazing and dynamic organization. We have a really unique service model that's community-based, flexible. We use evidence-informed interventions that focus on physical, emotional, social, and educational needs of the incredible youth that we work with. Every year, we support approximately 400 youth, 12 to 24, through all of our programs, not just the 2 that Steve mentioned, and to their families, but we do this in tandem with our incredible partners so that youth have all the layers of support that they so well deserve. All children and youth need help and support to reach their goals, but many of the youth, particularly the ones that we work with, have faced significant barriers and significant traumas that make that really difficult for them to meet those goals that they're striving to. Yet our incredibly skilled workers, Renee, one of my wonderful skilled workers at the front there, is here with us today, are so deeply dedicated and have exceptional ability to build connections, positive relationships, and trust with our youth that they are able to meet those outcomes that they really set and desire to meet. And while our staff play a vital role in helping them reach that, the youth demonstrate again and again that it really is their own self-perseverance and their resiliency that gets them there. And it's our staff that reminded them of that every day. And that's why we have such wonderful programs and services. So thanks again to the selection committee. We're so proud to be here and really honored. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Marissa. So the final thanks for tonight is to Chair El-Shantiri, who's allowed us to come and announce our selections at the board meeting. We're so honored to be partnering with these 2 amazing community supports and services, 2 groups that actually identify how strong, vibrant Ottawa as a community is. So thank you very much for that. And now I would actually ask if we can all pose for a picture. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Catherine. No. Did we mess that up?
I will just say a quick thank you to the chief and thank you to Jim and thank you to Chancellor El-Shantiri. My name is Catherine Clark. I'm thrilled to be here. Je vous souhaite la bienvenue à tous et à tous et je vous remercie, Monsieur le chef, pour l'invitation de vous joindre ici à l'Hôtel de Ville aujourd'hui. Thank you for the invitation also to act as community co-chair. I believe strongly in the work that the men and women of the Ottawa Police Service do day in and day out in this community. And I am proud that we can support such exceptional organizations who are making a difference in the lives of individuals in the community. Very much. And I'll let you get on with your meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and to the team. Looking forward to in-person gala. Confirmation of the agenda that the Ottawa Police Service Board confirmed the agenda of 30th May 2022 meeting. Is the agenda confirmed? Thank you. Confirmation of minutes. Minutes 58 of April 25th, 2022, and also minutes from number 59 of 27 April 2022 of the special meeting. That the Ottawa Police Service Board confirmed the minutes number 58 of April 25th, 2022 meetings and minutes 59 of the April 27, 2022 special meeting. Are the minutes confirmed? Okay. Thank you very much. Committee meeting report from the committee chairs and minutes. First is the Policy and Governance Committee draft minute number 10 of May 12, 2022. Human Resource Committee draft minute number 13 of May 20, 2022. I will now call upon the committee chairs to provide a brief update on their last meeting that took place, starting with Member Doucette, Chair of the Policy and Governance Committee. Member Doucette, please.
Great. Thank you, Chair. I'll just spend a couple of minutes talking about the Policy and Governance Committee meeting that was held on Thursday, May 12th. To begin with, we had a presentation on use of force race data report, 2020 use of force race data report, and that is coming to committee this evening. So I won't talk about that one too much. Secondly, we had a proposal from Strategy Corp on use of force policy review, and we decided not to move forward with that policy review at this point in time. And thirdly, we had a new board policy disconnecting from work that is here for consideration this evening. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take questions on that.
Do we have any question for Member Doucette, Chair? Member Leeper, go ahead.
So does the recommendation not to proceed with a review of the use of force policy, is that coming forward to us as a vote today, or is it not a recommendation that's before us?
It is for information at this point in time.
So may I just ask for a little bit of color then on why the committee determined not to move ahead with that review?
Yes, quite frankly, the committee did not find value in the representation, and we have no doubt that the policies will have to be reviewed over time, but we didn't think this was the best way forward at this point in time.
So what are the next steps for a review? Like what is going to trigger that at some point?
We'll discuss that at committee.
Okay.
But it is on our radar to have that discussion. So we absolutely believe that policies must be reviewed. It's what is the best mechanism to do so.
And it wasn't the proposal from Strategy Group.
We didn't feel so.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Is that any other question? No? Thank you very much, Member Doucette. And we'll go to now I will call on Vice Chair Valiquette to provide an update on the Human Resource Committee meeting.
Thank you, Monsieur le Président. I apologize, everyone. I'm wearing my sunglasses because I forgot my reading glasses today. The Human Resources Committee met on May 20th. Our first order of business was to elect a committee chair, and I had the honor of being nominated by my fellow committee members. So thank you for that. We only had one item of business on the agenda, and that was to discuss a proposal from HEFID.Solutions on a community engagement strategy for the Chief of Police recruitment. Margaret Campbell of Odgers Bernstein was in attendance by phone and introduced Hector Addison of HEFID.Solutions that I see in the audience today. Mr. Addison then provided a presentation on the proposal and took questions from the committee. This item is before the board this evening for approval as recommended by the committee. We also have Mr. Addison in attendance, as I've mentioned, to answer any further questions from the board on this item. As someone with expertise in public engagement, I want to say that I was very impressed with the core team that Hefed Solutions is proposing for this engagement and the draft design of the engagement. I think there's a wealth of diverse experience and knowledge among the team members. Some of the team members have the added benefit of being volunteers with the Community Equity Council, which provides insight and advice to the OPS on ways to improve and strengthen relationships between police and the many Indigenous, faith-based, and racialized communities and organizations in Ottawa. I think this is an area we need to focus on as a board, and I believe having well-respected and trusted community leaders assisting us with our engagement, particularly on the front line, is excellent. Monsieur le Président, this concludes my update. Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. So that the Ottawa Police Service Board received this item for information. If anyone has a question to Madam Vice Chair? No? I would like to encourage all committee members to join us if they can when we have those committee meetings, because a lot of detailed discussion takes place in those committees. So I want to thank both chairs for their update. And on the item received. Thank you. Declaration of interest. See none. Are there any declaration of interest? See none. Now, just a public declarations prior to proceeding with the first registered delegate. I do want to make a few comments on the decorum and remind participants of the requirement to abide by our procedural guidelines. This includes refraining from using unparliamentary and offensive language, as well as making allegations against member of the Ottawa Police Service or even member of this board. It is also means focusing your comment on the topic you signed up to speak on. Failure to follow those guidelines will result in your delegation be curtailed. The board had included regular public delegation as a part of its business meeting, and they are meant to be respectful and collaborative exchanges. I would now call on the first registered delegate, Mr. Alex Kolijanani, is speaking about the importance of community police relation. Yes, sir. And Alex, you have 5 minutes to speak to the board.
I'm here to talk community relations, and I want to start with the report which highlighted the OPS disproportionately used force against Black and Middle Eastern people in 2020. While the data might come as a surprise to some, there's been a long-standing precedent for a double standard in police interactions. For those that may have forgot, during the previous term of City Council, there was an issue with loitering around an ethnic restaurant in the Maryville area called Suya Spot. That ethnic restaurant largely served racialized community members. While complaints were being made about the business, OPS investigated and determined that there was nothing they could do. However, it's what was said by OPS brass, which is telling of how racialized communities are viewed. OPS brass went on record telling residents to act on their own complaints, since there was nothing OPS could charge the owners with. After the story was reported in the news, OPS brass went on record to say that they had misspoke and that they'd never encourage residents to take up arms. Let's think about that for a second. There have been other ethnic restaurants that have acted as fronts for drug trafficking, illegal gambling, money laundering, and when policing agencies arrested individuals and recovered hard drugs hidden in ethnic Italian restaurants, municipal police officers accidentally mishandled evidence, and it impacted the Crown's ability to prosecute criminals. These were ethnic Italian restaurants, not racialized businesses like the Suya Spot. The uncomfortable reality is that leaders in policing and other public roles have only ever advocated against racialized Canadians and their businesses. That is why it should not come as a surprise that the data showed that the force was disproportionately applied against Black and Middle Eastern people. It's an uncomfortable reality, but it's a hard truth. When it comes to community relations, language matters. I want to bring attention to some of the language that was used by the OPS comms team when describing some of the more recent protesters. To be clear, Rolling Thunder Ottawa is an extension of the trucker convoy. OPS comms decided to label these protesters, predominantly white males, as freedom supporters. We know what takes place at these meetups and the kind of values and messages that get shared. But if it's the OPS's position that they're freedom supporters, then it's important to apply those labels where they actually belong, like when people come together to support First Nations communities and anti-Black racism causes. Additionally, words also mattered with respect to the responses related to the high school clothing blitz in Orleans. There's one particular response that is especially significant, but it goes beyond that. I want to say that we don't need city councilors telling members of the media what to think or how to write, and they don't need their sentences fixed when they share their thoughts and feelings over Twitter. But there are patterns to behavior, and it's no surprise that the same individual who contributed to the OPSB reshuffling also felt the need to tell news reporters what to think. And that type of gaslighting and interference from non-OPSB members also contributes to poor community relations too. Now, if we look around council chambers, I'll say there's somewhat of a reflection of diversity, and it represents the Ottawa we all know and love. It also is very likely that all of us here have more narrow communities which we fit into and can identify with, including race, religion, ethnicity, and gender. Thanks to Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms, those communities and many others are afforded protections under the law, but those protections are not always realized. So I have a question here for everyone inside council chambers and even those watching online. Is it reasonable to think that if a person you knew or a community you belong to was being seriously harmed and exploited by criminals, that you would take policing agencies on their offer to say something when you see something? I definitely think so. You see, it's a privilege to be indifferent or to not care about issues just because they don't affect you directly. We all have a responsibility to each other, to help one another. It's a fundamental value. And if we have the opportunity to do so, then it is our responsibility to do that. But that can't happen when people play policing and serious complaints aren't screened accordingly. The last time I addressed the OPSB, I stated that complaints shouldn't need to be escalated with members of council, the province, or the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, and they shouldn't. But it's unavoidable when people play policing. While this is a new board, current members inherit decision-making outcomes from past members, and now you all are responsible for fixing their mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any question for the delegate? I see none. Thank you very much, Alec. And second speaker is Cassie Slack on behalf of Robin Brown, 613-819 Black Hubs. What's this for?
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm speaking on behalf of Robin and 613-819 Black Hub. So when I say we, I am usually talking about Robin or the Hub and not myself. As if we needed any more proof that the OPS doesn't serve and protect most of us, on Friday, May 13th, the OPS responded to a call about a student protest at an Orleans high school by aggressively arresting a student while the cameras were rolling, a white student. The day before the protest, the OPS had released its use of force race data, showing they use force disproportionately on Black, Middle Eastern, and Indigenous peoples. So our first thought was, if this is the way that they treat a white kid when people are watching, we are really concerned about what they're doing to Black, Middle Eastern, and Indigenous people when no one's around. Our concerns were reinforced by something that wasn't covered in the media stories about the OPS's use of force race data. The data showed that while white subjects were more likely to be actively resistant or assaultive, they were less likely to experience serious use of force outcomes. So basically, when the cops feel white people are resisting, they treat them better than they treat non-white people who they feel are resisting. So seeing how the cops treated a white student they felt was resisting, we asked ourselves, what would they have done to that young man if he had been Black? Their own data provides the answer, and it's not good. Acting Chief Bell and other OPS officers presented the use of force race data as if they had collected it voluntarily. They didn't. The Ontario government ordered them to collect it over 2 years ago, just like the Ontario Human Rights Commission ordered them to collect race-based traffic stop data back in 2013. And 9 years later, the result is the same. The OPS treats Black and Middle Eastern people worse. If the OPS inaction during the first 3 weeks of the Ottawa occupation didn't convince Ottawa residents that the OPS has never intended to serve and protect all Ottawa residents, the OPS's own traffic stop and use of force race data and the response to this student protest certainly should. In response to the Rolling Thunder biker protest in Ottawa a few weeks ago, Acting Chief Bell issued a statement saying the right to lawful and peaceful demonstrations will always be protected by our service. However, clearly the OPS only protects the right to protest for some people, but not others, and certainly not for students protesting their school's dress code policy. The day after the protest, Acting Chief Bell called the police response a legitimate, supposedly due to concerns about student safety. Chair El Shantiri agreed, saying the video of the teen's arrest didn't tell the whole story. He said the police had little choice after warning the teen several times. In response to board member Leeper tweeting that he had spoken with police to express his disagreement with physically taking control of the youth, Chair El Shantiri publicly accused member Leeper of walking a fine line between being an advocate and fulfilling a role as a police force overseer. El Shantiri's statement showed that he, as usual, wasn't walking any fine lines. He was fully advocating for the police by agreeing with their assessment of a situation that he admitted was more complex than in the video the day after the incident. The recently released report, Troubling Encounters, Ottawa Residents' Experience of Policing, confirmed that racialized and low-income Ottawa residents have extremely low levels of trust in the Ottawa police. In fact, the report states, in short, for many people in this city, police do not contribute to individual or community safety. In fact, they appear to do the very opposite. The OPS response to the student protest has further eroded what little public trust there was in OPS. And the decision of this board's Human Resources Committee to recommend hiring Heffid Solutions to recruit a new police chief has further eroded what little trust the public may have had in this board. That's partly because one of OPS's biggest supporters, Crime Prevention Ottawa, gave Heffid a $50,000 contract to develop a new street violence strategy in Ottawa, despite Heffid having no demonstrable experience in street violence and a number of other issues that raise questions about Heffid's legitimacy and possible conflicts of interest. The biggest conflict is that Heffid owner Hector Addison is a longtime member of the OPS Community Equity Council, which the OPS funds, and Acting Chief Bell co-chairs. So you're considering hiring the same person who's a member of the group created, run, and funded by the OPS and chaired by Acting Chief Bell to run the community consultations to hire the new chief. There could not be a clearer conflict of interest. We have no demands for this board, as we do not see this board as legitimate. Instead, we call on the relevant authorities, including City Council, to immediately launch independent, human rights-based reviews of the Ottawa Police Service, the Ottawa Police Services Board, and Crime Prevention Ottawa. That is the end of Robin's remarks. I would just like to add a remark that the reason I'm here today is because these meetings are completely inaccessible to many of the community members. And I would really like to see that change. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question for you. It's okay, you don't have to clap yet. She's not done. We have a question for Member Leeper.
Thank you very much, Cassie, and thanks for the comments. And obviously, there's a significant amount that I agree with in there. I wanted to ask you, one of the things that is before us is with respect to hiring Heffid to do the community engagement around the new hiring of the chief. And it is important, obviously, that we understand in what directions the community would like us to take policing so that we can hire the most appropriate person. If Heffid is hired, beyond what you've identified as relationships between the police, what are the negative outcomes that you are concerned about?
Okay. I just want to start off by saying I am reading on behalf of Robin, and I cannot speak on I cannot on the cuff speak on behalf of 613-819 Black Hub or Robin. I can reiterate that this is that having people who are part of and funded by the police do community engagement is unethical and a conflict of interest. And that I can reiterate from Robin's speech. From myself, I think that, again, I agree that you can't, the police running their own recruitment and attempting to be impartial is just, it really is a conflict of interest. And I don't think that the outcomes will be great. And I don't think that they will represent, I don't think they'll represent the community. And I don't think that they will move in any kind of direction that is actually helping increase safety for anybody.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will conclude our the end of general delegation. The other people who signed up to speak will be on item specific. So we're going to go through our item of business. Item number 1 is the chair's verbal report. We'll hold item number 1. Item number 2 is the chief's verbal report. We'll also hold item number 2. Item number 3, sworn officer outreach recruitment strategy. We have a presentation. We'll hold item number 3. Item number 4, the new board policy, disconnecting from work. And I believe we have a speaker on this one, so we'll hold item number 4 as well. Item number 5 is the chief recruitment community engagement strategy. And that's from the Human Resource Committee report. So we'll hold in item number 5 because we don't have speaker on it. No. Okay. Item number 6, identity and access management report. Do we have a speaker on item 7? So item 6, do we have any question, or we can carry item number 6? Do you want to hold it, Member Doucette?
No, I'm happy to proceed. I asked some questions. I was happy with the responses, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Doucette. So on item number 6, that the Ottawa Police Service Board delegate authority to the chief for the sole sources procurement of integrated identity and access management is known as IAM software solution and associate professional services up to the amount of $207,087.00 before applicable taxes as required for sources procurement above 100 grand. So the item carried. Thank you. Item number 7 is enterprise asset management, known as EAM program phase 1, and that's a chief's report. So if I can read the item and what's on the front of it, that the Ottawa Police Service Board delegate authority to the chief for the sole sources procurement of professional service, software and hardware for the first phase of enterprise asset management, EAM, a program up to maximum cost of $996,424.54 before taxes as required for non-competitive procurement above $100,000. It's on the item K. Thank you. Item number 8, and that's an annual use of force report. So we have speaker on item number 8. We'll hold item number 8. Item 9, reappointment of special constable, OC Transpo. The item is that the Ottawa Police Service Board approve the appointment of OC Transpo employee listed in document 1 as a special constable pursuant to section 53 of the Police Service Act in accordance with the term and conditions set forth in the attached approval of appointment form. Is the item carried? Okay, thank you. Item number 10, appointment of special constable, Carleton University, is that the Ottawa Police Service Board approve the appointments of Carleton University employees listed in document 1 as a special constable pursuant to section 53 of the Police Service Act in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in the attached approval of appointment form. Is the item carried? Thank you. So we carry item 11, again, the appointment of special constable, Carleton University. Chief's report that the Ottawa Police Service Board approve the reappointments of Carleton University employees listed in document 1 as a special constable pursuant to section 53 of the Police Service Act in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in the attached approval of appointment form. Is on the item, Carrie? Carrie, thank you. Item number 12 is the appointment of Special Constable, Ottawa Police Service. Chief's report that the Ottawa Police Service Board approved the reappointment of the Ottawa Police Service employees listed in document 1 as a special constable pursuant to section 53 of the Police Service Act in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in the attached approval appointment of the form. Is on the item, Sherry? Bear with me, there's a couple more. Item number 13, appointment of Special Constable, RCMP. Chief's report that the Ottawa Police Service Board approved the appointment of the RCMP employees listed in document 1 as a special constable pursuant to section 53 of Police Service Act in accordance with the term and conditions set forth in the attached approval of appointment forms. Is the item carried? Item number 14, reappointment of Special Constable RCMP. Chief's report that the Ottawa Police Service Board approved the reappointments of the RCMP employees in document 1 as a special constable pursuant to section 53 of the Police Service Act in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in the attached approval of appointment form. Is on the item, Carrie? Item number 15, appointment of a clerical special constable, Ottawa Police Service. That the Ottawa Police Service Board approved the appointment of the Ottawa Police Service employees listed in document 1 as a clerical special constable pursuant to section 53 of the Police Service Act in accordance with the term and conditions set forth in the attached approval of appointment forms. On the item, Carrie, thank you. Item 16 is a human right and racial profiling policy annual report. Chief's report that the Ottawa Police Service Board received this report for information. Would you like to hold it? Okay. Member Leaper. Okay. Item number 17, a workforce management report, first quarter. Chief's report will be holding this item as there are the public delegations. So we'll hold this item number 17. Item 18, performance report, first quarter 2022, Chief's report that the Ottawa Police Service Board received this report for information. Is the item received? See, thank you. Item 19 is outstanding board inquiries and motions, May 2022 Executive Directive Report that the Ottawa Police Service Board received this report for information. Is the item received? See, thank you. Item number 20, letters of accommodation, is the Chief's report that the Ottawa Police Service Board received this report for information. Item received. Thank you. And with that, our next meeting. So we go back to item number 1 is the chair's verbal report. So firstly, I would like to thank the chief, his executive command team, the OPS member for their support to the city's response to the storm. I would like to particularly thank Acting Deputy Chief Burnett for his leadership. I know many city resources and Hydro in particular are working very hard and around the clock to assist residents. It is very reassuring to see the community response and people helping one another during this difficult time. As we speak, we still have over 8,000 households without electricity as of 4 o'clock this afternoon. I want to thank you very much to all city services, including police, for their service. On the chief recruitment, I would like to make a few remarks about the board upcoming search of the new chief and deputy. The hiring of the chief of police is one of the most important responsibilities of the police service board. The last few days have been very difficult for the board, the service, and the community. We have all been dealing with unprecedented amount of change and uncertainty, both in our professional and personal lives. Our services has been facing unprecedented operational pressures. We have seen events both globally and locally that have shaken public trust in policing. Now more than ever, our police service needs a strong leadership that can shepherd the members of the OPS through this difficult period. Our current command team is doing a great job. Interim Chief Bell, CAO Dunker, Acting Chief Ferguson, and Acting Chief Deputy Burnett have said that every sworn member of the command team is currently in acting role. Acting appointments are meant to bridge gap during period of change. However, they are not helpful when it comes to long-term planning and stability in the organization. Our board has an opportunity before the end of our term to ensure we are positioning the service for successes by giving them the stability they need. The majority of our board will not be here after the municipal election. We have a small window to take some key actions that will support our police service and position in for successes. I would like my fellow board member to think about this as we continue to have discussions around the recruitment of the future leadership of the Ottawa Police Service. This concludes my verbal report. If there's any question, Member Leeper.
Thanks, Chair. I'll ask again this meeting in terms of progress toward permitting virtual delegations to this meeting or going back to hybrid. Purely online. I am struck by the lack of public delegations from whom we'll hear today on the recruitment process and particularly on the use of force data. The numbers that are in the use of force data report that we'll be talking about momentarily are gobsmacking, they're eye-opening, they're shocking, and we really don't have a lot of public participation in that discussion today. And I'm going to suggest that in the middle of a pandemic, that the requirement to come down to City Hall in order to be able to participate is a barrier. So, Chair, I just wonder if you could help us understand whether we're going to be addressing those barrier issues with hybrid meetings.
So the last we checked, Member Leeper, with the city clerk, and still, right now we are in person. We don't have the ability or the financial to turn it to hybrid. We are under the police. We have something wrong there. Okay. Okay, so we respect you when you speak, so probably should respect other when they speak. So we are working with the city clerk, and as you know, staffing in our board is a challenging, to say the least, because by next month we'll have one staff on hand, and we are working toward this, Member Leeper, but right now we are in a position we have it in person, and I invite the community, and that's why we're having this public consultation, or the firm we hire, we're hoping they will reach out to the community. They go to the community and said, bring the community in, and they can do that consultation and bring back to us. But if you can help us with the city clerk and find us some staffing, by all means, let's work with the clerk on this. But right now, we don't have the ability to do it.
I appreciate that, Chair, and I appreciate the desire is still there to remove some of those barriers. Again, I think, we've got a couple of challenging topics on our plate today with the public really not being able to participate in real time. So thank you for that answer.
Thank you, Member Curry.
Just on that note, though, is it really clear to people that they can write in and submit a written delegation?
Yes.
Because I didn't receive a single written delegation. And I think if this is, and believe me, these are really important topics, but why did we not get a single email on any of them? You know, people can't come here to present, they can't do that, but why did we receive no emails? Well, so then people just don't write? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. As a person who sat on many boards, you get so many emails when there's items that are of great interest. And I just want to make sure it was 100% clear that people could write. If these are items that people really have a lot to say and want to analyze the data, have suggestions, and maybe there's something more we can do to promote that.
Okay. Noted. Is there some question? See now that the Ottawa Police Service Board received this report for information. Is the chair's report received? Thank you. I turn it now to Chief Bell for his verbal report. Chief.
Thank you, Chair Shantiri. So the past month has been a very active operational period for the Ottawa Police Service and its members. I want to highlight some of the activity, and I also want to thank our members, our policing and emergency service partners, and the community for the work it's done to accomplish this all together. It's clear that we are emerging from the pandemic and the services we provide are as important now as they ever have been. We're also focusing on moving forward with our change initiatives, including our call referral work, our outreach recruitment plan, improving and modernizing our workplace, as well as data improvements, which are also continuing as we speak. Our calls for service are at or above 2019 levels, punctuated by planned and unplanned emergencies and large events. The board amended budget for 2022 did not anticipate the issues that we've seen so far this year. I know that CAO Dunker and CFO Zhang are working together with the city to ensure the complete financial picture is understood by the board and that these issues are aligned with longer-term strategic and financial discussions. We began the month with a major and coordinated response to another attempt by some individuals to occupy portions of our city. As the board is aware, these attempts were thwarted. Several vehicles were towed, many people were arrested, and we maintained full control of the city streets. We've been clear that we have learned a lot from the unlawful protests that occurred in January and February. You saw that in our response. We've adapted our strategies to respond more quickly and effectively to ensuring that unlawful activities are not tolerated and they're acted upon immediately. We will be applying these lessons learned to future events, including this year's Canada Day. The credit to success we saw in Rolling Thunder goes to our operational commanders, our partners, and the officers on the ground who rapidly dealt with the multiple issues. Ottawa has always had strong partnerships between police, city, and security agencies. We've been making it a point to re-strengthen those relationships with programs like Intersect, a group of 40 policing, emergency, government, and security agencies focused on coordinating responses to emergencies within our capital city. We're currently in discussions with the federal government about increasing the role of this table. I'll be bringing a presentation to the board at the next meeting about Intersect and how it assists us in making Ottawa safer. Ottawa is a welcoming city. We have hosted more than 100 protests since February with almost no incidents to report. But attempts to come here and disrupt our community are not welcome, and we will do everything that we can do to ensure that the conditions that led to the unlawful protests in February do not occur again. I also want to highlight some of the excellent work done by our Criminal Investigations Directorate, which has also been focused on several important cases. 4 men were charged as part of a human trafficking investigation that involved the exploitation of 4 women, 3 of whom were under the age of 18. Our victim support specialist engaged the young women to help them transition away from a cycle of abuse and exploitation. The human trafficking unit believe there are many other victims and are urging people to come forward and report. At the beginning of May, our drug unit officers charged 6 people involved in a drug distribution network as part of Project Roadrunner. Officers executed multiple search warrants at 6 residents across the city and confiscated a number of illicit drugs, including over 1 kilogram of cocaine, 7,000 methamphetamine pills, 30 grams of fentanyl, and $175,000 in cash. Last week, our city faced yet another challenge that required the full support of all emergency personnel after a severe thunderstorm swept through Ottawa that left people dead, people injured or trapped, trees toppled, houses, businesses, and schools damaged. In the first hours of that emergency, all officers were deployed and more were called in to respond to the needs of this community. We received over 2,800 calls to 911 and responded to just over 2,300 calls for service within the first 24 hours. Normal call levels during that period ranged between 500 to 900 calls. Police maintained enhanced operations throughout the weekend and into last week and worked closely with our partners at Hydro Ottawa, Ottawa Fire and Paramedic, including providing a mobile team of frontline officers who accompanied city workers as they repaired power lines and removed debris. We also increased patrols in the area most impacted, helping to redirect traffic, rescue some motorists who had been trapped in their vehicles, as well as provide additional resources where they were need to be called upon to assist city services. This was yet another unprecedented event that impacted the safety and security of our residents. But I want to take a moment to thank our city's first responders and our partners for their diligence and stamina to ensure that residents were responded to in their time of need. I also want to thank the residents of Ottawa for their compassion and patience. There are so many stories of neighbors helping neighbors, and it represents what our community is all about. This is a testament to the resiliency of our communities and the care we have for each other. This past weekend, we saw multiple major events, including the Ottawa Race Weekend, and the increased presence of police officers in the Byward Market, a Red Blacks game, and the Great Glebe Garage Sale. It is great to see Ottawa coming back to a regular life. Along with these events, we saw multiple calls for service, including a stabbing, assaults of police responding to a family court dispute, a response to a fight involving a reported gun, and many other calls for service. All of these events and the return to regular calls for service is putting a major strain on our staffing. To meet our staffing needs, both for retirements and new positions, we're hiring 80 police officers in 2022. A key focus of our hiring effort will be to attract talented and qualified candidates with many different skills, abilities, and experience. Ottawa is a diverse city, and our recruitment must reflect the community that we serve. A presentation on our approach is part of the agenda for this evening. I would really encourage everyone to read some of the letters we receive from the public each month that are contained in the commendations report presented at each board meeting. To give you a snapshot of the type of work our officers and civilians engage with to help those most in need within our community. Here's a sample of one email we've received about Sergeant Mike Rose. I'm not sure who the officer was, but I want to thank him for being so awesome with my autistic 7-year-old stepson. The officer was finishing a call in our neighborhood, and he noticed me struggling with my stepson. To the average person, it would have looked like I was trying to be overly controlling, when in reality, I was trying to keep him from running. When the officer asked if everything was okay and I explained the situation, he automatically offered to show my stepson the lights and sirens on his police vehicle and let him check out the back seat to help him change his thoughts. It was wonderful to see how the officer stayed calm and just let my stepson hang out while he did his report like it was no big deal. The officer was so kind and calm, which is so important when an autistic child is having a tantrum or meltdown for both child and parent. He seemed just to know how to handle the situation perfectly, which we truly appreciate. We tried hard to teach our stepson that police officers are safe people that he can always go to if he's lost or needs help. And today that officer helped reinforce that for us. These are acts by our officers and members that happen every day. It's wonderful when they're recognized. And again, I encourage you to go and read the commendations report so we can see more examples of this. Thank you. And that concludes my reports. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Any question for the chief? Okay, we'll start from this end. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Monsieur President. It's just a comment, really. I wanted to thank you, Chief, and your staff, because I'm sure that during the storm, many of them were without power. and they went out and did what they had to do to help our community. So I just want to say thank you again.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. Our members are members of our community, and they suffer the same way the rest of our members of our community do. So they showed extreme resiliency and community compassion because they did come into work and go out every day to help support this community. So thank you for recognizing that.
Thank you, Chief. Member Curry.
Thank you. I did want to say I read the commendations. They're great. It's nice when we get good, nice, positive emails as well as counselors. It makes your job worthwhile, that's for sure. What I was going to say was when you're getting all those calls during the hydro outage, were they legitimately police calls? Because we have this in Canada, certainly our community police officers said, can you make sure people make the right call so that people actually make the right call? Would you say that the majority of calls you got were legitimately police calls? I'm just going to the next question of the cost of this to police for your police budget.
So it's an interesting question. And what I would say is that at the beginning of any emergency, the police are usually the responsible party for coordinating, bringing resources together, and then transitioning it to the appropriate resource. We were the first group that people called during the storm. And I would say many, if not most, if not all, were legitimate police calls. They were about downed wires. They were about downed trees, about people trapped, about people injured. So that is one of our responsibilities and one of the needs for us to be operationally ready to respond to incidents like that. What you've seen over the past week and a bit as this has unfolded, we respond initially, and then we work really well with our city partners, with our emergency operations center here at the city, and with other partners like Hydro Ottawa to properly transition once the situation stabilized to the area that is primarily responsible for the response. That's exactly what you saw unfold in the thunderstorm. So that's the long answer to say, yes, I absolutely believe that they were appropriate calls at the beginning. As we sorted through them, we were able to divert them, but we are the place that people call first to manage these. We take that responsibility very seriously and immediately work with our partners to look at how we transition them.
I'm absolutely sure you do. I'm thinking along the lines of, later on in our report, we talk about how many officers you want to have on the ground ready at any one time. And then we have something like that happens. How quickly were you able to get additional officers? I mean, that's part of the discussion of a later report if you want to save some of that till then. But I'm just wondering, because when you're calling in other people, does that mean overtime? And then my final question will be, do you have a costing yet for how much this is over budget?
So I'll answer the first one first, and then I'll turn it over to CEO Dunker to talk about the financial cost of it. We're talking tonight about recruiting. Recruiting is the number of positions from an attrition perspective, and the number of positions from previous year growth hires that have been unfilled that we're looking to fill. That will take us to the numbers that we've lost in previous budgets. That actually doesn't address the question I believe that you're asking. What are the number of officers that we need to be operationally prepared to respond to different incidents that occur in the city? I wish there was a formula to provide a number to say this is how many we need based on police officer to population, based on crime severity index, based on all of the different metrics that we provide. There is no single number. What I can tell you as an organization, as we've come through this year, we repeatedly see that we need to have discussions with the board from a strategic perspective about looking at the number of positions, the number of gaps that we have within the service we provide, and how we look at adequately staffing those over the coming years. So I don't have an absolute number for you. What I can tell you is there is gaps in our operational readiness that needs to rely on members being called in where we're at the whim of the officers to come in. I'm very proud to say that our members show up for these incidents en masse on a regular basis because they are committed to this community and committed to responding to initiatives like that. But there is nothing to compel them to come in. So I do think it's a very important and alive discussion that we need to have with the board, because there is gaps in our operational readiness to be able to respond at a moment's notice to issues like this. We've been fortunate to be able to do it over the last year, but that is a discussion I do look forward to having with the board. And with that, I will turn it over to CEO Dunker to speak of the costs.
Yeah, I have some very preliminary costs that we've been tracking for overtime related to the storm. So right now we have 180,000 that have been, submitted and verified, but we're expecting that to go up quite a bit. So we have a range of between that and 500,000. I also had brought today, just to give you a sense of some of the costs we're tracking, in terms of pressures for unbudgeted overtime costs for events such as St. Patrick's Day, for example, and the Eastway tank explosion. We're already tracking pressures of 393,000. And in terms of the events or demonstrations that we are anticipating to have some cost recovery for, we're at up to 38 million. So those are Convoy, Rolling Thunder, March for Life, Armenian demos. So these start to really, add up quickly. And for those costs, we are expecting federal reimbursement. So that just gives you a sense. We are starting to turn our attention to trying to look at how we better, resource plan, deploy, and manage surge capacity. So we're looking, closely at what that could look like in terms of additional resources. And I don't know whether the chief would want to let or ask Deputy Chief Burnett to speak to. He was telling me earlier today that in terms of trying to get officers to come in for overtime, we need to go to the RCMP or OPP, and we can't always be successful at that, and even looking at special constables. So definitely there's a big pressure there. So he might want to add a few words to that.
Thank you. You get a general idea of the sort of staffing shortages that we have. It's sometimes very difficult. We're thinking about members' wellness as well, calling them in for these overtimes when we have large-scale events such as the race weekend or these demos. We're planning for Canada Day. We really do need to look at our capacity to sort of provide fulsome security to the citizens of Ottawa. So very, very taxing on the members. And we're in discussions with the CAO around how best to sort of, meet those needs. And I think everything's on the table in terms of, even asking retirees to come back and help us do some traffic details and stuff like that. So we are having some really good discussions around that. And, we are working with our partner agencies, OPP, RCMP, some of the other police services to help us get through some of that tough times.
Thank you for that. This is a really big conversation that ties into about 4 of these agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Chief? Member Leeper, go ahead.
Thanks, Chief. I have a few questions. I would first off, though, like to just say on behalf of residents in my ward, with respect to Rolling Thunder, you made a number of commitments to the community. Your leadership team made a number of commitments, and you followed through on those. Thank you for that. We were tentative, and you followed through. So we are greatly appreciative of that. So a couple of different topics. On the first one, Beatrice Deloge. I don't intend to re-prosecute that here today. You and I continue, and I had a good chat with Deputy Chief Burnett, continue to disagree on how that event transpired. I do have one question, though, from Councillor Kitts that I'm wondering. She is wondering, when there is something like a spontaneous protest that comes up at a high school in the suburbs, who responds to that? And is there a difference in the skill set and approach that is taken by officers who might be on patrol or neighborhood response officers versus officers who might be working downtown who have training in how to handle protests. And they might have different approaches and training with respect to de-escalation. Is there any difference in how, or in who responds to something like what we saw at Beatrice des Loges versus something that might happen in front of City Hall at 4 o'clock on a Saturday?
So thank you for the question. In terms of Beatrice des Loges and other schools, our primary group that we would look to be would be our youth neighborhood resource teams and our community police officers. Those would normally be the first call of people who we would want to respond. One of the challenges that we've seen in the last little while is we don't have the same connection with the schools, and being in the schools to have any of that preemptive information in terms of how we would respond, maybe engaging with the students to, like we would any other demonstrations, to create safe corridors for them to more safely engage in their demonstration. So although the groups downtown would have more experience directly dealing with demonstrations, all of our members throughout the year will be engaged in various demonstrations and will attend various demonstrations and are trained around how to de-escalate crowds, how to engage with leaders in order to provide two-way discussions on what's transpiring. But in this specific case, as it would be around schools, we would predominantly like to see our youth officers who do have specialty training in that area be responsible for responding.
And is that who responded at Beatrice des Loges?
Because of the size of it, the initial response was from our community police officers and some of our youth NRTs. There was also patrol officers who did respond to it. But again, they have training and have experience in managing demonstrations such as that.
Okay. I don't expect to hear a different answer, I guess, than what you provided to the media, which is that you feel the response was appropriate. But I think to a lot of us, I wonder if better training can be given to officers with respect to how a demonstration, even in the suburbs, could be handled. Again, I don't want to re-prosecute that today. You mentioned, and to turn to another issue, you mentioned in your report an organization called Intersect or Intersec. I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Could you give me a bit of a briefing on that?
Yeah, for sure. And I'll actually turn this over to Deputy Chief Ferguson to actually respond to that.
Thanks.
Thank you for the question. So Intersect is a group of 40 separate services and agencies in and around the National Capital Region. And they range from security services all the way to the Airport Authority and a wide variety of people who have significant interest and impact in the security in the National Capital Region. It includes some of our policing partners, as I said, but has sort of the Parliamentary Protective Services, RCMP, OPP, Ottawa Police, Gatineau Police, Sûreté du Québec, as well as some of our city partners in it. And what they do is it has been traditionally a quarterly meetings that the group would come together, and it's moved now to monthly meetings because things like COVID, we'll have Ottawa Public Health be able to give everybody an update. So really it's an information sharing table at this point in time. But there are some plans. We are hoping to be able to leverage that group and the partners that are part of it to make some more significant information sharing and decisions about policing and the things that impact the capital in particular. So it's a very unique group, very collaborative group, and something that in light of the things that have been happening in policing in the capital in the last couple of years, a group that we feel we could make better use of and come together a little more regularly and with more impact in terms of decision and sharing of information.
Are you talking about Canada Day at this point?
Yes, they are a group that
whenever there's any demonstrations, anything that is an impact on the city, those partners will be updated hourly with, street closures and things like that, and some of the issues that have been impacted. So something like the storm, we've been getting daily updates from our Intersect table to provide, information to all of the partners. So it might be an impact of, a street closure that is affecting some employees, let's say, of the airport authority, or those types of things, so that awareness for everybody to be shared with.
And
Thanks.
what I
It's,
would, sorry.
It's good to have, I'm glad to hear that collaboration is there.
And what I'll add to Deputy Ferguson's comments is there is no city in the country that is as uniquely as positioned as Ottawa. We have we seat of federal parliament. We have OPP that work within our jurisdictions. We have the RCMP that work in our jurisdiction. We have every federal government department and ministry that works within Ottawa. It creates a different level of expectation. Burden probably isn't the right word, but it could describe it in terms of being able to adequately share information across all the levels of government, across all the agencies involved. Intersect serves that purpose. They are actually a table that comes together and really effectively moves information around key stakeholders within our city. But the pandemic had a toll on it. When there wasn't the same number of incidents, so there wasn't the same number of events, probably our capacity in being able to exercise those muscles declined over the pandemic. The convoy demonstrated, the illegal occupation of our streets demonstrated that we really need to flex those muscles. We need to sharpen them. We need to strengthen them. I had the opportunity last week to appear in front of a parliamentary committee that was discussing issues like this. So we will be going to the government later this week to have discussions around Intersect and how they can move forward in terms of better coordinating, not relying exclusively on relationships, but building systems and capacity around the information sharing, the knowledge sharing, the expertise sharing that exists at a table like that. So it's something that's very alive to us right now. We definitely use it for Canada Day, and we'll use it for every incident that happens in our city between now and then moving forward. So there's a lot of appetite for us to be engaged in this. There's a lot of appetite to really grow and expand exactly what that is. And we look forward to bringing back to you information around that in next board meeting and in the coming months.
It's interesting. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just a question to CAO. For the storm cost, are you sharing that with the city manager as the city collecting those costs to give to the
Yes, we're in
province?
touch with
Okay.
the city
Okay.
on that, and we expect some reimbursement from them potentially as well.
Okay, thank you very much. On the chief's report, received. Thank you very much. Item number 4 is a new board policy. No, sorry, item number 3, we have a sworn officer outreach recruitment strategy. And we do have a presentation, but before I'll turn it over to the chief to introduce the staff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Good.
I'm going to turn it over to CAO Dunker, whose team has actually prepared a presentation to give you a high-level overview on our recruitment strategies, our targets, and how we're going to go about meeting and managing this. So over to CAO Dunker.
Hi, I'm going to, I believe, turn this right over to Jeff LeBlanc, who's going to walk us through the slide deck that's coming up. And maybe you want to introduce, Jeff, do you want to introduce Maria and talk about her role in recruitment?
Sure. So I'm Jeff LeBlanc. Right now I'm the Inspector of Recruiting, Learning and Development. And I have with me Sergeant Maria Keene, who's the Outreach Recruitment Sergeant. So we'll just get right into the presentation. I'll kind of start and hand it over to Maria. So we're just going to give a quick update on our outreach recruitment strategy. The chief did touch on kind of what we're looking for in his verbal report. So I'll just kind of touch on that so we can go to the next slide. So again, thanks to the board for approving this hiring plan. As the chief said, we are in desperate need of resources. So this is going to help drastically with that. So We have approval for 80 new sworn hires in 2022. We've already hired 13 of them. So members Curry and Leeper met those 13 recruits when they visited the Ottawa Police training facility. So those recruits were in their orientation phase of training. They're now at the Ontario Police College in Elmer, Ontario, with their colleagues from across the province doing their basic constable training program. So they're there for a full 13 weeks, and then they're going to return to our training facility for an additional probably 10 weeks of internal training. So as the chief stated during his verbal report, what we're seeking are highly talented, qualified candidates that have diverse skills, languages, abilities, and experiences. Candidates that are reflective of the diversity of the communities we serve. And we are encouraging, and Maria is going to talk about it later, we're not just encouraging, we're seeking out applications from female applicants, Indigenous, and racialized candidates. Next slide, please. So just to discuss some of the challenges, obviously we went through the pandemic. The hiring process is a very kind of in-person. We like to do everything in person, from interviews to the background investigations. With the pandemic, it did cause us some challenges, but we kind of adapted to the challenges and were able to continue with hiring. Obviously, negative portrayals and attitudes toward police have been a challenge in attracting recruits. Changing expectations of the younger generation. Some things that are standard for new police recruits, such as working shift work, working longer hours, and less flexibility with things like summer holidays and whatnot, are more of a challenge than they have been. And board direction to reduce or cease recruitment and hiring efforts. So back in 2020, we had an accelerated hiring plan. So we executed the first 2 of the 3 classes before the plan was stopped. So that year we hired 2 classes of 48, so in 96 in total, but the 3rd class was never hired. So that would have been 46 additional officers that would have been fully trained and on the road right now, that we're short right now. Next slide. So just building on past successes, and there's a bar graph to the right that may be a little bit hard to read because of the size. So basically our December 2020 class was the most diverse in service history. So just some quick stats on that: 40% women, 50% identified as members of a racialized group, 6% Indigenous. We have a higher interest by members that have post-secondary education, and that's part of the changing requirements of a police applicant in the province of Ontario. And as a collective, that group spoke over 20 different languages. So that was the most diverse group, but even though it's a smaller group that we hired in 2022, this current class is the most diverse, representing a 69% identifying as member of a racialized group. And just to go through the bar graph very quickly, so it starts with the blue in the 2018 recruiting year, then 2019, 2020, and the last one in the yellow bar is the current group. So just to go through the trends, the first is female representation. So you see that it's trending downward, but just remember that's only 1 class. So of the 13, only 2 members were female. So again, we're relying on Sergeant Keen's team to do the outreach to attract more female applicants. The second is diversity. So you could see that there it's trending upwards quite a bit. So our 2020 and 2022 stats are trending higher. This is the more than 1 language graph is the third. So again, we're trending upward there. College diplomas are slightly down, but in the next one, that's bachelor's degrees, which are trending quite high. The small graph is the number of master's degrees. So again, we're trending up slightly there, even though the number is pretty small. And the last one covers applicants that have experience in social services. So you can see since 2018, they're very well represented in our new hires. Next slide, please. So our goal is to have a barrier-free application and recruitment process. So we have a no-cost process. In the past, there was a service, that was contracted by the province where they did all the pre-testing and the cost got pretty high. So you're looking at $600+ per applicant to even have the opportunity to apply for a police service. So that doesn't exist anymore. And we have a no cost application process. So start to finish, from application to hire, there's no out-of-pocket cost for recruits. The other slight barrier we see is, so the PrEP is the physical readiness evaluation for police. That's the fitness test. So the test is required by the Ontario Police College, and it has been fully evaluated and screened through an occupational health and safety and a human rights lens. And it is fully approved. However, we see that the pass rate for male applicants is above 90%. The pass rate for female applicants is just above 50%. So we kind of go out of our way to have to create an environment around those tests where female applicants feel comfortable. So we'll have female only sessions, whether it's training sessions leading up to attempting the test or on the test date itself. And lastly, we have a streamlined process, which we'll touch on in the last slide. And then for outreach specific strategy, I'll hand it over to Sergeant Keene.
Sorry for my voice. I was cheering for my daughter this weekend. We're not going to reinvent the wheel here. We're going back, as the inspector said, to the successes we had in hiring for the December's class of 2020. Social media is a huge influence in recruiting. I know that firsthand. This is the generation that uses social media the most, and it's free. And we've seen it. We were the leading police service in North America in terms of social media presence in regards to recruiting. So we're going to keep that up. We have been in the last week and a half that I've been back to recruiting. Twitter is big, Instagram is big, and it's a daily thing. So we have one officer assigned to it constantly and just being innovative. The job proposals we had in the past, I don't know if you've seen it, but those really touch people. It actually influences a lot of people to want to join our job. And also, of course, positive policing, showing that on a daily basis. Community engagements, we'll be continuing to do that, especially in the communities that we are hoping to hire from or influencing marginalized communities mostly and diverse communities. I'm a product of that, where I didn't think of policing as a career because of my culture and because my parents didn't think policing was a fit for me because I come from a third world country. Our job as outreach recruiters is to educate those types of communities. And the way to do that is through their parents, and speak to the parents directly, explain what the job is. If it means to have them come on a ride along in our new ride along program, that's what we have to do. We have to expose them to policing and the way we police in Canada and in Ottawa. The mentoring program, this is, it's very valuable in the sense where a potential candidate has an opportunity to meet with a recruiter one-on-one, and they will be followed by their mentor through the entire process. So these are for candidates who don't have people in their lives who are police officers or don't understand policing, and they could guide them through the process, through the interviews, and basically just be a role model for them and explain to them what the job is. Currently, we have probably about 60 right now that we're currently mentoring. That's only from the last week and a half that we started the outreach team again. The women's only focused events, these have been successful in the past. And like the inspector said, focusing on women, we're planning on doing a day in a life. We did that last time, where women were invited to our training center at PDC and were able to try on the belt, try on the vest, given an opportunity to see what it's like. They were in the sim lab. We give them a scenario. And the last time we did it was really amazing how the women used their communication skills and were able to talk down, a perpetrator. So we're going to do that and other women-focused events, especially for the PrEP, the physical fitness test. The last point is the monthly recruiting information sessions, which we have every first Wednesday of the month. And it is also online, virtual, and in person. Next slide, please. This is something new that we've come up with, and we have been partnering. We're going to partner with the frontline. Who better to give us candidates they see every day than the frontline officers and people they meet on a daily basis, as well as the community officers. We actually have a presentation to the community officers and the neighborhood resource teams tomorrow to educate them on how our process works so that they would be an extension of the outreach team. The others are the counselors. You yourselves, you meet people every day. We would like to tap into that as well and make sure that you bring us some candidates that you feel are strong and that would fit our service. And lastly, the CEC, we're bringing back the champion program, and basically it's the same thing as the extension of the outreach team, identifying people from their communities and bringing them. We actually had one successful one that's actually an officer now and has been for about 2.5 years, came through a CEC member, a Jamaican captain in the Army, came to us, we mentored him, and now he's been an officer for almost 2 years. So it's successful. And lastly, our partnership continues with Algonquin, Carleton, Ottawa U, La Cité, St. Lawrence College, and John Abbott, which is kind of the surrounding areas. And we're going to continue our partnership with them.
Next slide, please. So this is just kind of the fine print and the general qualifications to apply as a police officer. So this is part of the Police Services Act that outlines the requirement for applicants. And this is obviously the existing Police Services Act. The new one does have slightly different stipulations. So again, there's a requirement for standard first aid CPR. A G license, Canadian citizenship or permanent residence, at least 18 years of age. And the original Police Services Act has secondary school only. But since the new act specifically requires a college diploma or university degree, most of our applicants do meet that criteria. And again, we expect to create a competitive application process. So we have seen, like in the graphs show, that we are trending upward for university degrees, and our college diplomas have been steady for quite a few years. The process map on the right just is an overview of the application process and all the steps. So it starts with a meet and greet. The online, if you meet the criteria on the left, you can just go right to the website and apply online. The PrEP, the fitness test, is next, followed by a pre-background questionnaire, the interview, the psychological assessment, the background investigation, and then basically that's the selection process, medical, which requires a hearing and vision assessment, and then the offer of employment. So that's kind of the streamlined process. It does, again, depending on where we are, we're assembling a class for August. We move pretty quickly if we have a little more space and we're assembling again. Now that our capacity is a little bit higher, we'd like to start building classes further in advance rather than hiring as we go. So hopefully with the kind of the new resources we have in the recruiting section, we're going to get up to there and meet the hiring expectations for the year. And the last slide just has all the contact information. The top, if if you know a qualified candidate, and this is an open offer to everyone, that email address can be contacted, and you can provide us with the contact information for the potential applicant, and we will reach out and have a discussion, and we'll review, you know, the requirements to see if they meet them, and if not, again, they can be assisted and mentored through the process until such time that they are qualified to apply. Again, the second line is the online application link. So that's just our regular public website, and just click on the careers pathway and it'll take you to Sworn Recruiting. And we have all of our social media handles up there. So that's it from us. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Inspector and Sergeant Keane. We start question with Member Curry first, and then Vice Chair. Go ahead.
Okay. Just a couple of comments. When I used to teach in the Jane Finch corridor, we had the lunch with the law every Thursday, and the officer would come in and have lunch with the kids. And there was always conversations about how do you become a police officer, and the information was always there. And I don't know, you know, you're not in the schools anymore, but I don't know if you've thought about doing that. I was down at the York Street event, that area where you were doing recruiting right there in that community. And it was great to see. There was a lot of interest, actually, people talking to me. So I think any of those events are super helpful as well. One of the comments I would make is, you know, at our hospitals, we're having a lot of trouble keeping nurses, especially young nurses. And I look at some of your numbers here about the losses. You know, it takes a lot of, and our other reports here, a lot of energy and effort goes into training, and 900 hours and all the rest of it before they can go on their own. And then how long do they last in the job? And I'm just wondering about your retention numbers, and if you have any intel on why people would leave as a young officer, why only be stay in the job for a year? We're seeing with nurses.
So Jeff, maybe I could start, and then you can pick up. So thank you for the question. One of the things that CO Dunkers indicated we're going to put in our workforce management report is actual retention rates, is how many people we're losing, how often. We actually don't have a huge attrition issue. We actually, policing it as a service has a very small attrition rate overall. One of the things that we've actually had to struggle with through recruiting, and I think it's important, is we have to evolve as the workforce evolves as well. Policing traditionally hasn't done that. We could market ourselves as come work for us for 35, 40 years. We're your career cradle to grave. That doesn't resonate in workforces like it used to. So I think we need to, and we're starting to evolve in that area to make sure that we're properly and appropriately messaging. We want you to come. We would love you to stay with us for a long period of time. But we also realize most people will do 2 or 3 different careers in their life now. We have to be adaptive to that and actually be responsive to that, because I actually think we cut off some of our recruiting opportunities when we say to people, if you don't come here for 30 years, we don't want you. So we're changing some of our messaging now. Attrition for us still isn't at a crisis level, at even a concerning level. But we are conscious about how we have to market ourselves moving ahead to make sure that we do attract the newer generations. So I don't know, Jeff, if you have anything you want to add to that?
No, that you stole my answer, so that covers everything. Thanks.
Okay, Member Kerr. Thank you, Madam Valiquette.
Yes, I noticed in your list of schools and colleges and so forth, I noticed that you had John Abbott, which is in Sainte-Anne-de-Bellevue. So I'm glad to hear that you're headed in that direction. You may want to go to Concordia. I mean, you know, the sky's the limit, right? One closer, though, that I didn't see was l'Université du Québec en Outaouais. So you may want to add that to your list. It's right, you know, city right next to us here. The other question I had was about height. Is there any restrictions anymore about height for women? None.
There's no restriction whatsoever.
Good. And I'm also very interested, as Member Curry said, about how many women police officers are quitting. And I think it's really important that those be brought to the board. I really look forward to hearing about why we are losing our women officers. All right, that's it. Thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Member Hansel.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation, and maybe more of a comment with a little bit of a question, but there's no doubt that certainly the current generation is not necessarily going to be lifers as far as staying doing a full career. That, while we can look at the attrition of that as maybe, okay, we lose some investment we've made, there is a positive side to it in the sense of that it allows the culture to actually be renewed more quickly. And, you know, it's very common in policing culture that if you get a longer people stay and they're all staying long, that you sort of start winding up seeing some of the negative impacts of the culture. So, you know, I don't know if you've done anything from a recruiting perspective to maybe tap into that aspect a little bit more, and of not presenting it as, hey, this is a career for your, you know, for your entire working life, but you know, this is an opportunity to do something different where you're contributing to public safety, you're contributing to community, but you're also getting some fabulous skills that might help you in, you know, later career choices you make. So just a thought about that from a recruiting perspective, that could possibly be something that helps attract and retain people for a certain period of time. You know, I think one of the things we've got to sort of get an understanding of is that it costs a certain amount, of course, to train somebody and get them to be police officers, and we maybe need to start factoring that into the cost of policing and saying that we're not going to necessarily train somebody and then we're going to have them around for 30 years, but maybe it's going to be an investment for a shorter period, but you know, there's some benefits, as I said, so just something to consider.
So thank you for that, Member Herschel. I'm glad to see the board is as progressive as that. There's many police services across the country who are really struggling with this. Many like to position policing as one career, one person, one career. So I'm very encouraged that the board does see it that way, and I do agree that we should be looking at putting it into hiring projections and costing of policing moving ahead, particularly if we are going to take on some of the challenges of having people roll through careers more regularly. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and it's also when you think about looking for skill sets, such as, for example, around cyber and those kind of things, like you want some current skills. And so if you're hiring people that aren't staying as long, but you wind up hiring, let's say, more people over a period of time, you're probably bringing in skill sets more that were going to be needed at that point in time more than we have in the past.
Thank you, Member Hansel. Member Doucette.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the presentation as well. And Sergeant Keane, thank you for your Twitter presence out there. I enjoy reading what you have to say, and that actually helped put a lot of this in context. So thank you for that. Question, if I understood correctly from the presentation, you've hired 13 so far this year, and the year is almost halfway through. Are you ramping up and confident to get to the 80? And supplementally to that, what are your projections for 23?
I could comment on the 2022 efforts and then perhaps hand it over to the command staff for our projections for next year. I'm kind of curious to hear them myself. So for 2022, yeah, we did start with a small class, but we are ramping up to get back on track, which is we're looking at our next class to be 24 new recruits. And our third class of the year, there's only 3 intakes at the Ontario Police College every year, so we're limited to hire 3 times per year. We're looking at hopefully reaching the 30 mark for that one. And we are limited by the number of seats we have at the Ontario Police College. Each service is assigned a certain number of seats, and 30 is our max. So that's our limitation. The only way we can hire more is if we look to hire experienced officers from other services. So we are doing that right now. So we did post that, and we have applicants. So we have experienced officers going through the process. So if we meet 24 recruits, about 12 experienced officers and 30 recruits for our last class, then we'll meet the projections.
So in terms of how we move ahead into 2023, that's a discussion that we're going to need to have as the board. That's Member Curry before just talked about a bunch of board reports that come into that staffing level number. That is something that we will need to have a discussion pre-budget and through the budget process. We did not grow in 2023, in 2022. The budget that we have within now only saw attrition hiring to be able to come into the organization. And I think as we've come into 2022, we've seen there's a different level of expectations that are being placed on the police service in how we contribute to community safety and well-being. We look forward to having that discussion with the board. It's our belief that we will need to look at a longer-term sustainable staffing plan that will see an increase in the number of police officers employed, police officers and police members, civilian members employed by the police service to fill staffing shortages that exist currently, as well as fill gaps in our service delivery model that we know exists. Cybercrime is one of the areas that we rely on federal and provincial partners to deliver that service when we should have a municipal-based cybercrime presence so that we can manage those types of investigations and not rely on the goodwill of other partners. So that is an important discussion, but it is a discussion that needs to be had because we do believe that over a longer period of time, there is a sustainable staffing plan that needs to put out to adequately staff the demands that are placed on us as a police service.
Thank you very much, folks. I see there's no other question. Thank you, Inspector Long and Sergeant Keane for your presentation. And is the presentation that the Ottawa Police Service Board received this presentation for information? Is the item received? Thank you. And now we move to item number 4, new board policy, disconnecting from work. And we do have a public delegation, Julia Hammer, to speak about this item. Is Julia here? Can you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. I'm speaking to this item today in person because that is the only method that this board allows community members to engage with them. Sending written delegations that board members read privately and never discuss publicly does not represent accountability or engagement. In this meeting, Interim Chief Bell read aloud letters of commendation written to the OPS. If board members welcome written delegations, will they commit to reading them aloud in these meetings? Since the board took over in February, we have seen a closing of ranks around the OPS and OPSB with increasingly less opportunities for engagement and accountability. Now, for someone to speak to this board, they are required to take time away from work or their families, travel here, risk COVID, of which rates are higher now than the last year. And the CDC just announced that 20% of people who get COVID will experience long-term multi-organ syndromes. This is despite many other city council and board meetings that have adopted a hybrid model that enables people to continue to speak virtually that this board has previously used. This board has made constant decisions that limit the public's access to the board and its decision-making. Members of this board have chastised people for their comments on social media when they engage at all. Rather than discussing disconnecting from work, as is this agenda item, and further removing themselves from public accountability, this board, especially those members who see this as a legitimate entity, should refocus the board's efforts to increase public accountability and transparency. The residents of the city do not have the privilege to disconnect from the Ottawa Police Service, and while the OPS is constantly causing harm in our communities, they should not be able to disconnect from public accountability. This is the job you have chosen. Thank you.
So item 4 was about policy and governing committee report. As noted by the P&G chair member Doucette, this item came forward to the committee and has been recommended for approval. It is a statutory requirement for our board to have this policy in place by June 1st. So that the Ottawa Police Service Board approve the new proposed board policy disconnecting from work as recommended by the Policy and Governance Committee. Is this item carried? Thank you. Item number 5 is the Chief Recruitment Community Engagement Strategy, a Human Resource Committee. So at this time, I would like to invite Mr. Addison of Hafid Solution to come up to the mic. Mr. Addison previously attended the meeting of our HR committee to present on his proposal. I want to know that should the board choose to approve Hafid Solution, this will be the first board engagement that will be facilitated entirely by racialized leaders in our community. We have heard time and time again about the issue of trust between police and certain segments of our population, particularly vulnerable and racialized. We have also been told that the community members want to see themselves represented when we go out to consult them. Some of the members of Hafid Solution are members of the Community Equity Council, which partners with OPS. I want to provide some context about the CEC for the benefit of the public. The CEC is a volunteer, community-based consultative group that provide advice and insight to the police on way to improve and strengthen the relationship between the Ottawa Police Service and the many Indigenous, faith-based, and racialized community and organizations in Ottawa. It is made up of community leaders with a depth of life experience and expertise who give freely of their time to help the service work more effectively with the community. I believe this is added benefit of the core team that Hafid Solution is proposing for this engagement. And with that, I will now turn things over to the board member for their question and comment. So we see Mr. Addison took his seat. I'm going to ask Madam Vice Chair to take the chair. I have to step out for 2 seconds. And any board member? Any question? Okay, we'll start with Member Leeper. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. And sorry, Mr. Edison or Addison?
Addison.
Thank you. So, Mr. Addison, you're with Hafid, the consulting firm. Members of the public have pointed to your website and pointed out, you know, some of the material on that website seems to be, it comes from other sources. It's fairly generic content. I went through the website and I'm just not certain what you've done as a consulting firm that is exactly on point to what's being proposed here. Can you talk to us about similar processes that the consultancy has run that are to what we are proposing here, which is to get public engagement on who we should be hiring or what we should be hiring for our next chief, what skill sets, et cetera?
Thank you very much for your question. And I think it's an important question to ask. If you're hiring a consultant, you always look for the experiences they have and the work they've done before. And so it's really, really a good question. And for us, yes, and that is why we assembled a team. More or less the team that we have that are going to do the work, they have experience. There's no doubt about it. Everybody knows they are builders. The reason why I purposely selected some of them, I have so many consultants I work with depending on the project. But for this particular one, I realized that we needed people who are in touch with the community, people who are builders of community. And that is why I selected these few people. Okay, they are the core team, but that doesn't mean that they are the only people we are going to work with. Most of them, they have started or they built organizations or groups or coalitions. They've led it to, they are known for their works as community developers in community health centers, as a multi-faith community organizations and social service sector in general. So they are the people who are going to do the work and meeting the people and then conveying the people together, making sure they hear from the community exactly what the qualities are that they are looking for in their next police chief or the deputy police chief. So that's it. When you talk about my website, I realized there was a confusion about the website itself. Okay, and that's because we have two domains. One is hefe.solutions and one is hefe.com. I had forwarded the other one to go when anybody type in hefe.solutions, it's supposed to be redirected to hefe.com, right? And for some reason, I realized that it was broken, right? So it was not and that particular domain was not a website that we have developed. It was just a bare template that normally when you install the WordPress, it comes with a demo content, right? But the actual website is hefe.com. When you go in there, you see some of the work that we do. And community development is part of it. Consultations, we've done it. We've done diversity training, where we've done the leadership training for many organizations, including nonprofits. We do diversity audits, including private companies. Some of them are working on the parliament here, right? So we have experience in doing community engagement. And then my team has incredible experience. And the main reason why I selected some of the folks that are sit on the table of the Community Equity Council, which some people are indicating that it raises a conflict of interest in the first place, right? Is that these are volunteers. These are community builders, people who are using their own private time, spending it for the benefit of the community. The fact that we don't like the police doesn't mean that we don't have to sit down and talk to them. Okay. The reason why some of us joined the Community Equity Council is that we wanted the police to do better than what they are doing now. And we felt like instead of standing at the back and shouting and screaming for change, we have to be a change maker, be on the table. And that's the main reason why none of the Community Equity Council members have received a penny for being there. And we spent countless hours. They join several committees. Besides that whole committee, we also have subcommittees, training committee, communication committee, anti-racism committee. They give off hours of their time for free. Okay, if these people are worthy enough to give their advice and the consulting for free, how can we hire them for a work that relates to community development or community engagement? They are not even talking to the police here. They are just talking to their constituents. So that's what the work is all about. Yeah, I know Mr. Brown mentioned my name in one of the stuff they're talking about. But you guys have to know that 613-819 is just Mr. Brown. He's known in the city, okay? He's a single man. He doesn't speak for the community. The Black community is not monolithic. We are a very diverse community. Myself, I co-founded African Canadian Association of Ottawa. That organization has about 70,000 membership. If you ask 613 what the number of their membership is, they will tell you it's 2, okay? Do we allow these 2 people to silence the voices of the majority? No. So if you ask me, sorry, I digress a little bit, but that's I will end here and then continue later on.
No, and I appreciate hearing it. I'm concerned by what Mr. Brown has characterized as a too close relationship between the consultant team that you've put together and police. And I'm just wondering, can you formulate for me what the fundamental challenge is that many have with the way policing has been done in the city of Ottawa? Why do people not trust the police, in your view?
Sometimes it starts from the history of policing itself. Okay. Policing and the racial community has always been loggerheads for many, many years. And this is not new. Okay. So, and that is why some of us decided to volunteer our time to make it better, right? In a short while, we will see a presentation about the use of force and how it impacts the racial community. There is no trust, okay? The small trust that we started building is eroding. Okay, with so many things that happen in the racial community. For instance, the way it was, the Freedom Convoy was handled. And people will ask me, if this was a Black Lives Matter protest, will the police be that relaxed? And then these people will be there for about 2 weeks? I said, no. Okay, so there's a relationship that needs to be built. And we build that relationship by talking to each other, not antagonizing each other, by sitting down with people you don't even trust, okay, to be able to help. Because police affect everybody in Ottawa, believe it or not. We are all impacted by the work of the police. So if you want to see something good out of our police service, we need to volunteer our time. We need to also help build the change. So that's what it is. There has been history, countless history. The arrest and the unfortunate murder of Abdurrahman Abdi, for instance, and so many other stuff that goes on in the city, especially when it comes to police interactions. Recently, there was a call that was made from the Burundian, somebody was from Burundian community, was affected heavily by a call that was placed, okay, from a shop in Barhaven. And that impacted that young boy. Up to now, they are dealing with mental health crisis. It's the CEC that they called, okay? And we have to call the police and say, hey, what's going on here? Yes, they have received 911 call that somebody Black with a hoodie, a hand in the pocket, probably holding a gun, right? And the interaction wasn't pretty. Okay, so, and this is some of the issues that we deal with. So long as these small things are going on, the trust will not be there. It takes a lot to build trust, but it takes just a little to break it. And that's the work some of us have dedicated our lives to do. In 2018, give you in perspective, I've been a community developer all this while. I work with Somerset West Community and Center as a community developer. In 2018, I had a fatal accident that nearly killed me. Okay. And that was when I even in my accident, I decided to join the Police Equity Council. And that's because I reevaluated my life and said, can I do more? Or I just be on my side, do African Canadian Association that I was building and do my community development work. And I felt like I can do more. Even in spite of my sickness, in spite of my ailment, there is something to offer because life is short. You never know when you'll be gone. And I want to be remembered for doing good, building the community up instead of tearing down. Yeah, we have individuals in our community whose mission is to stop stuff from happening. We are not into that. We are helping build stuff up. And that is what we need in this community. If Ottawa is to be a place that will be livable for everybody coming into the city, we need people who are more builders than people who tear down. Thank you.
What is your commitment to ensuring that those who have views different from yours see their views reflected in the materials that we see as a board when we are contemplating who to hire as the next chief of police?
That's a good question. Criticism actually makes us better. Okay, and so what it means is that if you are doing something and nobody is criticizing you, we have to take care of it again. Look at it yourself. Sometimes when we have people shouting and criticizing, we have people in our community who are against police and all for, they are looking for abolishing the police, for which Mr. Brown is one of them. Okay, so anybody who speaks otherwise will become an enemy of those groups. As a consultant, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to talk to those people. Their views are very important, just as like the silent majority. Okay, but what we will not do is to allow few people take over the room and silence everybody else. There are a lot of people who are hurting. They have lost their children to gun violence. Last year alone, we had about 6 people from the Burundian community and Rwandan community gone, right? These are the mothers who want to be part of this process. We want to hear from them. You know, as much as we want to hear from people who are asking for defunding the police and abolishing the police. They may all have their reason. As a consultant, we are not biased, but we have to make sure we are providing a safe space for everybody to be able to air their views.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it there. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, member. Member Hanchel, please.
Thanks. I think you've probably answered most of my questions, but I just want to say, first of all, thank you for your community service and recognize the work that you do around that, the volunteer work that you do. I read in your proposal that you're looking at inviting 150, I think, people into the group. So, and from what I've read, you have good connections to different parts of the community, particularly vulnerable community. Just wondering on, how you're going about choosing those, and if there's other people, how are you going to capture input from other people that might want to have input into this? And I think particularly, following, what happened during the protests earlier this year, that you may be hearing from, or we may be hearing from community members that we might not normally hear from, that might have something to say based on what happened, sort of what you mentioned, the silent majority. So just wondering a little bit about how you propose to proceed about that.
Thank you very much for the question. I want to say the 150 that we suggested, it's just a fluid number. It could change. And I know we can just have 150 in one of the sessions. We are proposing 3 sessions, right? We can easily have 150 show up. Yeah. So, but the substance of your question, how do we select those folks to participate in it? We tentatively in the proposal, we suggested some groups that we'll be talking to, but we're also using snowballing techniques, especially when it comes to like interviewing leaders in the community and then the influencers. We ask a question: who else do you think we could talk to about this particular issue? And they would direct us. Okay, and we also work with different organizations like LASA, the Lebanese Arabic community, who are mostly social service organization catering to the Middle Easterns, right? And so they are the partners that we also bring in if you want to talk to Middle Easterns, because the statistics show, right? Blacks, racialized the Middle Easterns, they are disproportionately stopped by the police, right? And disproportionately have encounters with the police. So we cannot have a consultation of any kind without bringing those folks on board. And we want to make sure, yes, people with disability, people who are any form will not be a barrier to people's participation in the whole engagement process.
Thank you, Member Henschel. Member Fakarani.
Thank you, Mr. Addison. The question I have concerns just a clarification. I've got 2 questions. One is a clarification. I understand that there's 150 one-on-one interviews, and then there'll be 3 focus groups. Is that what the proposal is?
No, the 3 focus group is supposed to be for the 150. Okay, so our assumption is that we have a focus group that brings 150 together. And in we have suggested 3 sessions. 1 will be purely in French and 2 will be in English. That aside, we also have an online survey, which is French and English. And that is everybody can participate in. But that online survey also have demographic stuff built in that will be able to tell us where around the city is the person filling up the application. So that will help in our analysis of the results. And then we will have the select one-on-one interviews with some influencers and community leaders in the community. So so in all, it could be more than 150.
How many one-on-one interviews do you expect?
No, as of now, we haven't set a number for the one-on-one interview. And that is what we are going to use, a snowballing technique, and to be able to identify people we really need to speak to. We have people that we think, yes, we need to speak to, because for the Black community, for instance, we cannot do police consultation without speaking to Eward Waters, for instance, right? He is an authority in that area. We have to speak to him, right? And there are other people that we have to identify and then speak to. But we will use that snowballing technique. We go to the Jewish community, we interview a rabbi, and we ask, who else do you think in your community that we can talk to about this particular process?
Okay, and do you have, as part of your team, do you have the expertise, experience in the online consultation process? Because that is, it's a very difficult process given it could be unlimited number of people submitting forms, etc.
Yes, we do. We do have facilitators who are incredibly talented in when it comes to doing online sessions. But one that I want to point out is that, particularly with the Francophones, they told us they want an in-person, engagement process, not online. They want in-person, and and there are several cultural stuff to it, right? They want in-person, they want food there. Okay.
So in terms of the online survey, do you have the experience and capacity to undertake an online survey?
That is correct, yes. Some of our team members are professors at Ottawa, right? They've been using this forever. They've been doing online surveys forever. And so, and then we have people who have economics degrees, and I will be able to analyze it. And so we have a team put together for that.
And do you have an idea of how many online submissions you would expect?
I do not. I do not as at the moment, but at least we want that survey to be out there for at least 3 weeks, right? And then we'll use a variety of media to encourage people to participate in it. And that's through social media, press releases, website, using some of you as counselors in your monthly or whatever mailing letters you send out, and to be able to encourage people to participate. And so that we want to make sure we have maximum participation. And we are also aware that when you have too many questions online, especially when you have questions that are people have to really type in open-ended questions, you don't get a lot of responses, right? So we are aware of all those barriers, and we are working on that.
Yeah, and my sort of fear is that, as Member Henschel indicated, there's a number of people who will, who's just kind of the silent majority that might be coming out, who would not normally speak of the issue, but would come out given the last few months and what's happened. And so you might see a great online presence, and you need the capacity to undertake that analysis in a quick way as well.
We really want to see a pump up in the online survey. We really want to see a greater majority of people participating in that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Fakran. Member Velikat, Madam Vice Chair.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mr. Anderson, I would like you to talk to us about the team that's working with you. They're the 6 that I know of that I have read and I have researched. I was very impressed with your team. So perhaps you can talk to us about who they are.
Okay, so I have one behind me, Sahada Alolo, who has a PhD in education, right? And pretty much everybody knows her in the city. The work she does with a multi-faith community housing. She's a community developer. She's a builder. We have Serge. Serge used to be the president of the Cameroonian Association, Kukako, right? She's also a professor at Ottawa U. We have Godlove Ngufusi. Godlove is also a builder, a community builder. He has actually started a hockey for Black kids and racialized kids, and trying to get them into the ice for the first time, right? Giving them everything for free. We source equipment and everything for free. That's the work she's been doing. And he's great at it. And he's a community builder. He actually founded Kukako, which is the Cameroonian Association. And we have Hodan Eagle, who also sits on the Community Equity Council. And she has won so many awards for her leadership when it comes to youth development and then youth management. She's from Somali, right? So he has that background. We have Valerie Asua. Valerie is also a certain school board trustee with the Francophones, how do you call it? A core Catholic. And she's a community developer. She used to work at Southeast Community Health Center with tons of experience. And we have, who else?
There's one that's a professional facilitator.
Yes. So so that's what she has been doing forever, right? She has been facilitating everywhere. So it's amazing. And just now we also recruited another person called Ayan Douala, okay, also from Somalia. And she has also been doing incredible work. She has done work for CCI, Catholic Center for Immigrants, and different organizations before. And so we have pretty much an incredible team. And I'm proud of the team because of what they have done in individual lives and in volunteer capacity. Right? Before I put them on, I made sure that they are people who are builders, people who are really not about the money, but they are committed for a change. Right? So that is why I assembled that team.
Thank you. And I have one last question. I know that you're waiting from a decision from this board if you're to go forward or not, but the timeline is quite tight. We understand that. And so can you speak to us a little bit about what your schedule would be? Like you would probably hit the road or hit the ground running right tonight or tomorrow morning if you got the go ahead, but what would your schedule timeline look like?
Yeah, I recognize it's a very tight schedule, and we need the turnaround. We can't make mistakes, okay? And so we have to hit the ground running, and we want the approvals to be very quick so we can get the ball rolling. Yeah, if you get approval today, tomorrow we are on it. We have envisaged that we are using the 2 weeks to do the designing phase, right? And that some of them will be a co-designing, working with you guys, some of the questions that we're going to put. And then 3 weeks will be the actual engagement process, where we bring people onto either online or Zoom or whatever, on an in-person engagement process. And then we have the 2 weeks for which we'll do the reporting. I know it's really tight, but that is why we keep on adding more people to the team, because we need more hands on deck to be able to deliver.
Thank you very much. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, Madam Vice Chair. Member Doucette.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here this evening as well. I echo the concerns on the potential concerns on the timelines, which are very aggressive. Dependencies on technology, which doesn't always work properly. And of course, engaging both through focus groups and engaging online. My question is more one of methodology. To get from start to finish, we usually depend on a methodology that's going to allow us to take all of this raw data through online and through in-person interviews and so on and so forth, and bring that data to the final point that's going to get us to a recommendation or series of recommendations in hiring a police chief for the city of Ottawa. Can you talk a little bit about that methodology that you're going to use that will give us a predictable outcome for the engagement?
Okay, that's a good question you've asked. Yeah, and yeah, we recognize it's a very tight schedule. And so we are aligning the whole thing in such a way that we don't have to wait for the online survey to finish or to close before we move on, right? So as part, we're using a project management techniques that allows an overlap. And so what it means is that we use the co-designing phase. As we are designing the questionnaire, we are also building trust. And that's the beauty about the team. They already have the trust in the community. And so engaging the community is not something that's it's a second nature to them, right? But even in that, we still have to make connections with various partners. We want them to be on the table. And so the whole process will move seamlessly together. We are co-designing the questionnaire, but we're also talking about the engagement, because we recognize that engagement actually starts from day one. Okay, we start, even though the timeline we said is going to be 3 weeks, but it starts from day one, because we have not all of us are going to do the designing stuff or coming up with a questionnaire and all that. And so the process, that's how it's going to move. It's a community engagement process or strategy that has been used and proven to work in many places. Especially when you have a timeline that is as close as this, you want to make sure you stagger it in a way and that makes sense, and that you'll be able to go through different phases at the same time.
Great, thank you for that. I'm still a little fuzzy on the methodology that's going to take a lot of information, diverse information sets, opinions, so on and so forth, and how you're going to analyze that to come to the final product and how that final product will look.
Oh, okay. So we use both qualitative and quantitative. Okay. And so the online, for instance, will be able to give us a more of a quantitative data. Okay. Yeah, as well as qualitative data, because people will be writing, oh, these are the qualities that we need in the police and all that. Yeah, but more or less the engagement itself, we expected to produce a qualitative data, rich in narrative, to be able to inform the decisions going forward, right? So that's what we are going to use. The online will give us the numbers. For instance, how many people living in Canada, for instance, and said they want this in a police officer or police chief. How many people living in this place? And we'll break it down also into a racial, so we're able to know, are they Black people, racialized people, indigenous people, people from Southeast Ottawa, people from this Middle East, or where? So we should, that will give us the qualitative data, and that will help us even as we piece together the various qualitative narrative that we produce from the community engagement itself.
Thank you, Member Doucette. Member Curry.
Thank you for this. I've been involved in a few of these, and I sort of go through some of the lists of challenges. And I think one group, what about, how do you imagine getting to seniors who will not have the technology, be it do an online survey? And I think, what about rural? Like, how do you really propose to get to some of these groups that may have unique views?
That's a good question. Yeah, one way of doing that is telephone interviews. Call them on the phone and talk to them on the phone. So most of our one-on-one engagement will be by phone. And so if the senior, we don't expect every senior to be able to participate in a group session. And sometimes we have to reach them where they are. And so we'll make we are very flexible, okay? And so we call you and we ask you, how do you want to be engaged? Because the method of communication is as important as the engagement itself. We want to make sure that people are very comfortable and they're able to speak in the language they understand, and then the method they want to be communicated with. And so, yes, I understand. And for us, during the COVID, we are running workshops for seniors to break isolation. And we know the impact of the technology with the seniors, right? Some of them, it's very difficult to get them onto the Zoom platform to be able to engage. But some of them will have to be in person or over the phone and to be able to reach them. And where we need an interpretation, we also use interpretation. The beauty is that some of our people speak multiple languages. So language will also not be a barrier.
Mm-hmm. I know in Canada, we have a high Russian population as well. So I'm not sure how many interpreters you have, but I certainly see some challenges with this for sure. I am sorry if I didn't read this because I thought I read the whole thing, but how is it that we will survey the police services themselves, like the officers and staff themselves, as to what type of chief they would like?
Okay, so I just want to point it out, this particular community engagement, we are not be talking to the police. Okay, and so that's a different process. Okay, so this one is just for the community. Yeah, I know they are important stakeholders and they should be able to determine what kind of police chief they want, right? But unfortunately, we will not be talking to the police. And that is why basically when people were talking about, because we sit on the tables with the police officers and therefore it's a conflict of interest, I said, no, we are not even talking to them in the first place. That's not what the contract is.
Okay, now I'm glad that you explained that. Thank you for that. The other thing is, so just so I'm understanding, at the end, when you've gotten all the data together, you'll have summaries of various themes and who said what from where. And I'm wondering too, then obviously with your analytics, it won't be that if you know how people from other countries will write in on a survey and say things like, so that you'll be able to track where these things come from. And you won't be able to say, well, because we got 400 from one particular neighborhood, that has more weight than the 2 we got from North Gore.
That's a good question, because there was a survey that was done in Saskatoon, actually, and a lot of people who actually answered were outside of Saskatoon, even though we are looking for people in Saskatoon to do that, right? One way of doing that is use the IP address. Where are these IP address coming from, right? And that's one way of tracking those who are, and then also because we are going to use a thematic to analyze the thing. And so we will be able to sort them out and say, okay, no, this one is not coming from Ottawa or even Ontario in the first place, right? And we isolate those responses. I know it's going to be a little bit challenging, but there are tools to do that.
Okay, that will be helpful for us to get that. The only other thing is the email we did get also indicated that your group, and maybe this is where you're talking about the two different websites, that your group was very much, most of the members were from the African Canadian Association of Ottawa. So you're indicating to me that's not actually true?
No, not all of them are from African Canadian Association of Ottawa. It's not true.
Okay, that's from another website from years ago.
No, I don't have a website that lists about my group members, actually. There's no website. When you go to my website, you don't see my team members there.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
that's helpful to know. Okay, I think that's all I have right now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Member Curry. Any other question? Because one of the questions you asked Member Curry about, I believe, Margaret Campbell from Arthur Bernstein, she will be speaking with the police association. Also, a member of OPS can fill up the survey as well, to my knowledge. But before we let Hector off I want to ask the chief, because to my knowledge, we started with the Community Equity Council in the past before I left the board. And to my knowledge, that group worked with Chief Bordelot, they worked with Acting Chief Jaswell, Acting Chief Bell, and then we have a Chief Slowly. And now, so for you as right now, you're the co-chair of the group. Do you see, can you tell us a little bit about the relationship? Because, you know, someone asked, oh, might be a conflict of interest. I'd like to clarify this about the relationship between the service and Community Equity Council.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Community Equity Council, of which I am co-chair, along with Sahara Lola, who's up in the stands today, has a strong relationship in terms of setting the Community Equity Council, providing guidance, direction, advice to the police service on matters of policy, strategy, operations, and community relations, community engagement. Members of the CEC are not compensated. They have no responsibility directly to the police service at all. In fact, when we meet, they're very clear of their responsibilities to their respective communities, whether it be Indigenous, racialized, or faith-based communities. So I know that Hector sits here today, not as a member of CEC, but not representing the CEC or looking to do the work as part of the Community Equity Council. The fact that he is before the board today, I think speaks to some of our ability to attract people to come into the Community Equity Council because of how he's described today, his very deep community connections. We as a policing service, you as a board, benefit directly from that because on a volunteer basis, these great community leaders bring forward their best advice and best guidance to us on sometimes almost weekly basis in terms of dealing with issues. So there is no direct reporting relationship. There's definitely no financial compensation for members of the CEC. There's just good, strong volunteerism and a desire to see Ottawa have better, more progressive policing services.
Thank you, Chief. So if there's no question, what's on the front of us today is a Human Resource Committee report that the Ottawa Police Service Board approved the following as recommended by the Human Resources Committee. 1, the procurement of Hafid Solutions by Arthur Bernstein to assist with the design, implementation, and report back to the community engagement process for the Chief of Police Recruitment. 2, the delegation of authority to the Human Resource Committee for approval related to the community engagement process for the Chief of Police Recruitment. So, okay. Member Hanschel, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted a little clarification on the second point. What does that exactly entail? Just maybe a definition of what community engagement process is, just what the limits are.
So the delegation of authority would mean that if Mr. Addison's group needed any approvals, let's say that wanted some input on the final survey, for example, or input on groups being consulted, that would go directly to the HR committee.
Since the board only meet once a month, unfortunately. Go ahead, Member Velikat.
I would just like to say that the HR committee would be working very closely with you. We would look over the design. I'm suggesting that we work very closely and that we are able to provide you with our feedback. And if my colleagues here on the board are interested in knowing more, we could share that with you as well. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comment, Mr. Chair of the committee, HR committee? You're comfortable? No, you're. Sorry. Yes, so in the future, when we have committee meeting, we can invite our colleague, like I said earlier, to your committee as well to participate.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. So that allows them to provide feedback, and we could also share with them once we receive information from Hector's group.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you very much. So on the item 1 and 2 is the item carry. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Addison. And thank you for all your answering your question and your volunteer with the Community Equity Council. Very much appreciated. Now moving on to item 8, annual use of force report. So we held this item. We also have member of Community Equity Council and York University present to make some remark. But I'll turn it to the chief first for introductory. Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're just getting everyone up to a microphone so that they can make comments. And I would thank members of the Community Equity Council, Sahara Lola, as well as the members of the York team for being present tonight to give us this presentation. So I have some brief opening remarks, and then I'm going to turn it over to the York team to do some brief remarks, and then it will go over to the members of the CEC. So last year we engaged the York team of Dr. Les Jacobs and Dr. Lauren Foster to review race data associated with use of force reports filed by the Ottawa Police Service members in 2020. In partnership with the York team, the Ottawa Police Service has been a leader in police race data studies. We know that this information is essential for measuring inequities and disproportionalities that affect the people we serve. We acknowledge that systemic racism and barriers exist in society, and we know that these issues are also in policing. Police is a vital service, and we must look to ensure that it treats everyone equally. We know that it currently does not. Before you hear from our presenters, I want to lay out some of the highlights. In 2020, amongst over 220,000 calls for service, there were 348 use of force incidents reported involving 427 people. The study found that there was disproportionately high incidence of use of force involving Black and Middle Eastern people than you would expect to see based on population data. While the report does not speak to causes, it is consistent with other studies like the traffic stop study. We need to understand these disparities and work to eliminate them. Key to all of this work is community engagement. We continue to support and be supported, resource, and co-lead the Community Equity Council, who provide valuable insight and guidance on initiatives impacting the Ottawa community. Our members are also integral part of this discussion. No one wants to see systemic issues negatively affect people. It is our members' engagement on this issue that will be a major factor in any positive change. This discussion is vital to the future of policing. It has created a basis for a productive conversation within our community. It is leading to change. The York team collaborated with CEC and the OPS to create locally based recommendations. We accept and are moving forward with all of them. In partnership with the CEC, we are developing a use of force review committee comprised of police and community members to review reports on police use of force incidents. we're moving forward with a new diverse hiring class that is representative of our community. We're hiring an equity and race data specialist to continue previous efforts to increase reporting on police data, such as traffic stops and arrests, and building a community data hub for increased data transparency. We're increasing our anti-racism and cultural awareness training, making it mandatory for all members, as well as continuing to move forward on our 3-year equity, diversity, and inclusion action plan. So with that, and with those highlights, I look forward to the discussion tonight, and I will turn it over to the doctors from the York team. Lauren?
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Board. I'm happy to be here today. I'm going to give a very brief synopsis of the report and the findings, and then I'll turn it over to my colleague Les to put some context to those findings. In 2020, the province introduced race as a primary unit of analysis for police use of force reportings. And the findings of the OPS data with respect to use of force and our subsequent analysis are focused on that 12-month period when race data collection was being introduced to use of force reports. An important a broad objective of the analysis was to determine whether there are any disproportionalities and of high incidences of racialized subjects in the use of force incidents involving the Ottawa Police Service during the year 2020. And the benchmark that we used for measuring disproportionality and high incidence is the general residential population of Ottawa as differentiated by race. That's a residential benchmark. This benchmark was used or developed and provided by Stats Canada Centre using the micro data sets from the 2016 census. As the Stats Canada 2021 census products are not yet fully available and are being distributed this year in 2022. The OPS data collection revealed, as was noted, high disproportionalities or high disproportional incidents of use of force with Blacks, Middle Eastern group, and Indigenous subjects in 2020. And the notable findings of the report are that individuals who were perceived to be Black had use of force used against them 4.8 times what you would expect based on their segment of the population. And individuals who are perceived to be Middle Eastern had force used against them 2.4 times what you'd expect given their base in the population. And individuals who were perceived by officers to be white had use of force used against them at a significant rate less than their equivalent to the segment of the population. And they were less likely to experience serious use of force outcomes. Those are our findings, our report and findings in a nutshell, and I'm going to turn it to Les to try to provide some context for you.
Good afternoon or good evening. There's sort of a couple points I want to highlight, and I'll be briefer than Lauren. One is that this report is significant, arguably pioneering in the Canadian context, because we didn't just produce race data, sort of numbers for subjects of use of force. We were able to look at a couple of other features, some of the standard features which are often used to explain away racial proportionalities. And the fact that the OPS provide us with that raw data that allowed that is very, very significant. And I would note that the only other services you'll probably see in the next couple of weeks that have done that are Toronto. But Toronto, interestingly enough, did not supply the raw data to us. They provided, we provide them an assessment of their data. And there's a couple of points that are really significant. One is when it comes to calls for service. And often people think that racial disproportionalities can be explained away by certain types of use of or calls for service. Our analysis suggests that that is not really supported by the evidence. The second point is that subjects possessing weapons likewise does not explain the racial disproportionalities. And again, that's significant. For us in general, we tend to highlight two things. One is that we very much use a human rights lens for thinking about this, and we of course strongly urge the board and the OPS to likewise do that. And the key feature of a human rights lens is it's forward-looking. It's not about blame. It's not about individuals. In fact, systemic racism at the end of the day is not about bad apples. It's about finding solutions. And that's why good data matters. And if you're trying to get the solutions, garbage in, garbage out, this report and the data that the OPS provide us is very, very good data. And it's exactly the kind of data that will help us move towards finding solutions. The second, well, maybe I'll just leave it there and pass it on to others, but back to the chief.
Yep, thank you very much. And I'll now turn it over to CEC Co-Chair Sada Lolo.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present here. Before I actually start, I just wanted to state that I am really happy that we got an opportunity for the role of CEC to be explained a little bit further, because in the past few weeks, I've been very offended to see in the news that we actually do get paid for the work that we do. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I appreciate that clarification here. So with regards to the use of force research and the recommendations, as was stated earlier, there are 4 recommendations coming out of the review of the 2020 use of force report. The recommendations were developed through conversations with Community Equity Council members, the OPS, and the York researchers. While these are recommendations, the OPS, with the support of the Community Equity Council and other community engagement, is already moving forward on each of them. Many of the community members on the Community Equity Council, we come to this work with the police because of our deep commitment to see change. The Community Equity Council members can all name a use of force incident that resulted in the death of a community member or harm that shapes our commitment. Personally, it was for me, it was when Rahman Abdi died. And for many others in the Community Equity Council, it was when Greg Rishi died. We all know that something terrible happens when a service intended to protect us ends up doing harm. Now, as you can see, I carry multiple identities. I am Black, I am Muslim, very visible Muslim because I wear the hijab. In addition to that, I am an immigrant, and I also speak with an accent. And most importantly, I am raising 4 men in this city who are also Black. 3 of them I gave birth to, 1 I am married to. And I'm also working in the housing sector. And I'm sitting with tenants who are parents themselves trying to navigate the system. And I know firsthand the kitchen table conversations that we've all had with our kids and how to react when we meet with police. I have worked with tenants who could use the help of the police, but do not trust the police and do not feel confident that they will receive the service they need. All of this has shaped my work at the Community Equity Council. And as a community member sitting at the Community Equity Council, we are members from Indigenous, faith-based, and racialized communities. We know how our communities experience those deaths and how they need answers each time a use of force incident occurs. Those answers come from bravely asking questions, looking for answers in data, and sitting to analyze and understand what data is. Despite what a few people think about the Community Equity Council's relationship, and I emphasize few, because I know the work and I know how involved we are within the community, and I know how the community members, majority of community members, appreciate the work we do in order to make the Ottawa Police Service a better organization to serve everybody. The first recommendation, a comprehensive data strategy, acknowledges the current status of data collection in the OPS today and lays out a clear intent around data collection and use. Currently, race-based data is collected by the OPS for traffic stops and use of force and analyzed separately. We also know that there are gaps in the data collected which impact the ability of the OPS to respond to community. The first recommendation further embeds an ongoing relationship between the OPS and the racialized, Indigenous, and faith-based CEC community to identify what needs to be collected and to ensure that we analyze the data together, bringing our different perspectives and knowledge together to ensure that the OPS can serve our multiple communities. And I have to emphasize here, we have spent hours, tears, blood, time into this work, not because we get paid, but because we care about our community and because we want our community to serve everybody equitably. A recent use of force incident with a Black family member in the heart of Barhaven, which is where I live. When this incident happened, I want everyone to be clear today that when an incident involving a particular family, it impacts the entire community. This family was from the Burundi community. The Burundi community was impacted by this incident. As a Black woman also living in Barhaven, I was impacted. And guess what? Because of our work within the community, when this happened, I got a call at midnight. And guess what? Very early in the morning, in my pajamas, Hector and I were at the very scene the very first morning after the incident happened to talk with the family and to see how we can bring the OPS to account for what had happened. So when incidents like this happen, it doesn't only affect the family, it affects the whole community. And so that is why when things like that happen, we need holistic approach to be able to solve the situation. The OPS, the good news is that the OPS is working on addressing these situations because we continually bring it to the table and we insist that change happens. The next three recommendations are specific to use of force. The use of force report is a prescribed legislative requirement that outlines what data to collect. For us, it is the opportunity to improve our community and make change happen through sharing relevant information. The second recommendation is intended to expand our data to be able to truly understand what happened in any use of force event. This is a complex story and will require the OPS to grapple with the distrust some community members have in sharing information with the police. Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities are not predisposed to share information with police. How do we then collect data with people in communities where there has been an over-policing or where use of force incidents have undermined trust? How do we collect even more data through a trauma-informed process? The third recommendation is intended to strengthen connections between all sets of data in OPS and build on recommendation number 1. Ultimately, we hope to connect the OPS data with other city data so we can get a complete picture of what needs to improve in our city. For example, the city of Ottawa recently released the 2021 point-in-time count on homelessness. Like the police data, racialized and Indigenous people were overrepresented. Homeless people and the OPS interact quite a bit. Is there a disproportionate number of people involved in use of force incidents because of their other experiences of marginalization, like homelessness or being street active? These are the kinds of questions we really want to explore. The fourth and final recommendation is about learning from the data and making decisions in OPS to shift practice. As the chief mentioned earlier, there are a number of actions already in motion with respect to this recommendation, and I will highlight two. A deeper analysis of the 911 process is required. We know that the person calling, the 911 dispatcher, and the OPS member all have their own biases. How does that impact a use of force incident? How do we minimize those biases being transferred through the system and with each interaction? If racism is embedded in the first call, how does it not get transferred into each subsequent call and decision? The 911 review work is starting with the OPS participation in the Ottawa Mental Health and Addictions Guidance Council as they look at the current response of 911 calls around mental health. And I will pause to give you an example. With the Burundi family, what happened? A 14-year-old who looks like maybe a 22-year-old went into a store, and a store representative, a store clerk, called 911 and described him. I have seen a Black man, he maybe looks like Somali, went into details to actually even identify him, and he has a gun. It turned out to be false. So this is the bias that we are talking about. And if we have training and the person receiving the call from the 911 end, if the person had asked probing questions, perhaps the use of force that eventually led to this guy experiencing mental health issues as we speak now would have been avoided. The second action is the most exciting for us. The OPS, through the Community Equity Council, is establishing a use of force working group that will review specific use of force incidents and provide recommendations to the OPS about changes in practice, systems, and processes. The working group has adopted the Philadelphia model used for external reviews for domestic violence and sexual assault cases. One might ask, what is data? It is information reduced to identity markers and situational indicators that gives us aspects of a person. The working group will honor that person and transform the data back into the person and the story, which will allow us to understand how an interaction between two people, a police member and a community member, led to use of force. Their story will show us systems and practices that need to change and lead us to recommendations and actions. The working group is intended to ask the brave questions around every use of force incident, and then within the community, understand what we can do to avoid these situations. Some of the answers will land with the Ottawa Police Service, better and different training, stronger relationships with communities, and more de-escalation. And some of the answers will land with all of us to respond differently to our community members who are homeless, who have mental health issues and substance use issues, and who by default end up interacting with the police. The answers will be more complex than involving the police. We need to look at why was one of our community members having to interact with the OPS? What is missing in our bigger system of support and care for each other? This is hard work that requires relationships, collaboration to realize change in practice in the OPS and in our community. It also requires us to always have a systemic lens. The work is ultimately about change in the OPS, but also about change in our broader community. I want to close with the words of Thomas King, the Cherokee Canadian author. If we change the stories we live by, quite possibly we will change our lives. Thank you.
Thank you to the whole team. And before we go to the board members' question, we have two delegation wants to speak about this item. First speaker, Ines Hill, and second speaker is Nora Otoma.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You have 5 minutes to speak to the board.
Thank you. Yeah, so today I'm here to talk about the use of force report. And I wanted to start by thanking Member Leeper for flagging the ways in which in-person meetings undermine the meaningful community participation on these important topics. But I also want to be clear that even when the meetings were virtual, community participation was undermined due to the presence of uniformed officers in the meeting and what often felt like blatant disregard of the issues we were bringing to the meetings. To Chair El Shantiri's point, there's no way that virtual meetings aren't possible. There's a huge waste of resources that comes with these in-person meetings, starting with the presence of private security. So it lets me know that funding isn't the issue. If hybrid meetings are complicated, we should be having entirely virtual meetings starting next month. And to Member Curry's point, writing isn't the same as being able to come to speak in person. It's not an accessibility feature of these meetings because it's available to all community members. Plus, you don't read the written delegations in the meeting, so it's really hard to feel like they're actually meaningfully considered. But anyways, to the findings of the report. So while the results of this study are quite disgusting, they're not shocking at all. But if we put them into perspective, we see that if somebody is perceived as Black, they're going to be 7 times more likely to have force used against them than if they were perceived as white. For a Middle Eastern person, they are 3.5 times more at risk than a white person, and a person perceived as Indigenous is 2.5 times more at risk than a person perceived as white. For individuals perceived as Black, they were the least likely to be involved in a weapons call, yet the most likely to have a firearm drawn on them. We also see in this report that people experiencing mental health crises risk having force used against them when police respond. And yet, despite seeing numbers like these, we're still met with resistance when we call to take police out of mental health calls. Although the report was clear, I do have some questions that I was hoping the board could answer. In the first question, so in table 4, the last column is labeled total subjects involved in these types of incidents, and that total adds up to at most 68%. So this to me suggests that there are multiple other occurrences where force is used. I think it would be helpful if those occurrence types were all made public so we could understand the full picture of when force is being used. The report also states that there are 2 triggers for use of force: possessing a weapon and the subject's aggressive behavior. Given that the subject possessed a weapon in only 27% of use of force incidents, is it really fair to consider this a trigger? That's less than a third of all incidents. Is data available for the type of weapon the individual possessed? So the report says that firearms, knives, sharp and blunt instruments, and replica firearms are all considered weapons. I think it's crucial to note that the most dangerous weapon listed here is a firearm, which all police officers carry. The second trigger for use of force listed is aggressive behavior, yet assaultive incidents only account for 20% of all use of force incidents. It's not clear from the report, but I presume there's also an overlap between incidents where an individual possesses a weapon and where they display aggressive behavior. But I do not think that this is a credible trigger as it is listed in the report. So now some more in-depth questions of next steps we would like to see from this board. So does this board intend to commission a report on use of force that uses more than just police incidents reports? So while this is considered an independent or external review, all the data is subject to discretionary police reporting. So I don't think I would agree with the researchers and call this very good data. In this report, we see OPS's perception and the public's perception of what is aggressive, what is not compliant, what is considered suspicious or disturbing. But in order for this work to be truly meaningful, the researchers would have needed to talk to members of the community, people who have had force used against them, and understand their perception of the circumstances that led up to use of force. I would also disagree in saying that a human rights lens is not focused on placing blame and is looking only to solutions. I think when we talk about human rights that are being breached, we're absolutely looking to see why that's happening and how we can remedy that without placing blame. I'm not sure if you're also trying not to place accountability to people that have to answer to the community. Then, given the findings of the report, I would like to know if the board recognizes that the presence of a weapon and aggressive behaviors are secondary triggers to police use of force, and that the report does suggest that racism is the first trigger for use of force. And last, I would really like to know how this board distinguishes between use of force and police brutality. I do want to end
Can you please wrap up? Your 5 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see no question. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next officer is coming.
Hello, board. My name is Nora Ottenhoff. I'm an economist, and I'm here to delegate on the 2020 use of force report. So key finding of the report was that the use of force by OPS officers disproportionately takes place in racialized communities. The report states that Black residents are overrepresented in use of force 4.8-fold. To address what the report calls this critical issue, the recommendation put forward is to advance EDI both within the organization and in service delivery across Ottawa. First, I should state that the ultimate goal of this board and the service more broadly should be to reduce use of force absolutely, not simply to make use of force proportionate across demographic groups. Use of force in any scenario exercised against any individual is a form of police brutality and needs to be named as such, not as a legitimate and justified tool. With this in mind, it becomes abundantly clear that EDI initiatives will curb neither absolute use of force nor that which occurs disproportionately in racialized communities. Numerous reports and countless data sources have shown us that EDI initiatives do not decrease police violence. There are two primary reasons for this. First, the experience of police violence is not limited to discriminatory action by individual officers. Rather, violence is experienced through many streams. Witnessing repeated acts of police violence against members of your community, neighborhood policing resulting in high levels of surveillance, harassment of racialized youth, and more. What these communities are facing is a criminalization of racialized poverty, not simply the racism of a select number of white officers. Second, when on the job, officers are not acting as individuals, but rather as representatives of the state. For many members of our community, this representation is synonymous with violence, regardless of who is wearing the uniform. The only way to reduce use of force is a demilitarization of the OPS. This is a move that is necessary and one our community deserves. I ask this board in its examination of OPS use of force to recognize use of force as police brutality and respond appropriately to defund and disarm the Ottawa Police Service. To end, I would like to echo the calls of Councillor Leeper and my fellow delegates for a return to virtual meetings for numerous reasons: inability to travel, health concerns, a lack of comfort being present in a room full of uniformed officers, and many others. Many within our community are not able to delegate in person. Furthermore, written delegations are not sufficient substitutes. Seeing the lack of care, attention, and engagement many of my fellow delegates receive in person, we have little faith that an email will be read, much less considered. Your constituents want to be heard, and please let them speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Now we go to the board. Oh, you have a question to the delegate?
I have a question for you.
Okay.
So I hear you saying that you think we should defund the police.
Yes.
Yeah. So if we defunded the police, are you saying that we just cut their budget to zero, like have no police?
Yeah, I think it's a staged approach. There have been many reports and discussions in this board, primarily in the previous board. I haven't been able to speak since we've gone in person. Previously, we've discussed strategic defunding, starting with areas like mental health care, that see those figures that are currently allocated towards responses to those specific issues reallocated towards community groups or alternative services that do not involve the Ottawa Police. The ultimate goal of many community members, such as myself, is to see a full defunding of the police, but we understand that that's quite a lengthy process and requires a great deal of legislative change. So we do have, reasonable staged approaches that begin with removing police from interacting with our community's most vulnerable first.
Okay, but also just having no police for the city.
Yeah, that's the eventual goal. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I was clear on what you were saying.
No worries.
Thank you. Now we go back to the board questioning our two professors and staff on the report, or you have any question? Member Leeper?
Thank you very much. Obviously, the numbers in the report are jaw-dropping, but I want to delve more into it over with a bit more time, and now that the lights seem to be coming back on in the city. One of the things I have begun discussions with the violence against women and gender-based violence community, though, is around case review and the Philadelphia model. Some of the advocates and those who are involved in Philadelphia case review right now with Ottawa Police were intrigued, I'll put it, to hear that OPS is thinking about trying to replicate that Philadelphia model for use of force. Can someone talk to me about how replicatable they feel Philadelphia model is for use of force? Because I think some of the advocates in the community are seeing differences in the certainly the numbers available or number of cases could make replicating that model difficult for use of force. How far down that path have you gone, and what challenges do you anticipate there might be?
So it's I'll start with it. It's not so I think it's important to note that we're not looking to absolutely replicate the model. What we're looking to do is replicate the premise that the model's based on. And what the premise the model's based on is that you bring community partners in to review files as it relates to incidents, whether it be sexual assault, domestic violence, or in this case, use of force incidents, to have the community perspective, community view, community input, and ultimately community advice on how you can improve outcomes in those specific circumstances. To say we're going to take the Philadelphia model as it exists and apply it to use of force isn't our intention at all. What the premise that we want to do is we want to bring community in so that we can work with them. And that's why we're leveraging the CEC to actually help us build that system. So it would be impractical to apply exactly what's there, but I still think it's a sound premise that will give insight for the community and for the police service and how we can improve outcomes. It's never been done in policing. So we're testing something, we're trying it. We'll be the first police organization across Canada to look at doing this, and we'll be able to hopefully to continue to adapt and improve and create a better system moving ahead.
I'm encouraged by that, and it seems clear to me that the model won't be able to be exact, but you've nailed it in terms of the premise, which is to bring the people with lived experience in as part of case review. One of the advantages that they have in sexual violence, domestic violence is they have, there's a cadre of frontline workers with expertise in the space who are working at crisis centers, rape crisis centers, et cetera. I'm interested to hear how you bring the community in to case review on use of force, who have the same kind of broad view of lived experience.
So that's the absolute benefit of working at the Community Equity Council. I won't unilaterally develop or design this system because I shouldn't, because it needs to be done in collaboration and co-produced with Community Equity Council and with community stakeholders. My belief is, and we're at the very early stages of it, but that the composition of this group will go somewhat beyond the Community Equity Council to bring other members of the community in to be able to provide input and insight for us. So I wouldn't presuppose that we've finished designing it. We have a premise that we're working together to make sure that we can collaboratively design, review, and then improve as we move ahead.
And one of my encouragements to you would be to reach out to those folks, obviously, who are involved in case review on sexual violence, domestic violence today, to learn their lessons, and I know that you will. So otherwise, I want to keep delving into these reports because I think the delegations made an excellent point that our goal can't be just to bring down the disproportionality of use of force. It also has to be to bring down use of force overall. But certainly one of the most important priorities right now is to address some alarming numbers. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Member Lieber. Member Sakarani first, and then Hanson.
Thank you, Chair. The question I have is related to variables and collection of additional data. For example, for example, age, gender, potentially geographic location. Has thought been given to add those types of variables for collection stages? And if it is, if you can shed light on that discussion and potentially how quickly that could be added.
So I'll turn this over to the York team pretty quickly, but for me, the answer to this question is extremely similar to the answer that I provided to Member Leeper. We have data experts. We have community engagement experts. We're looking to leverage the expertise from our partners absolutely to the maximum extent that we can. We've taken direction and advice from York in terms of how we build out our data program, particularly our race-based data program. And in part of that, we're hiring a race data specialist to come in and work with us and work with the York team to look at how we best develop systems, collect the most relevant data, but most importantly, analyze it and use it for operational needs to provide better outcomes to all of our communities. So I'll let the York group speak to it, but I can tell you we aren't individually building any of the data programs. We're working with the experts in the community to look at having best outcomes.
Sure, I can just make two, again, relatively brief comments. One is that though there are some challenges with data collected for use of force because of the provincial use of force form. And that constrains us in all sorts of ways. In this first report, there were significant developments that go beyond the use of force form for some, if you want, data triangulation that I think I already highlighted that is for sure pioneering in the province. But the next step is to fill out those intersectional identity data that is so crucial to better understand the subjects of use of force. But there's another piece that maybe I didn't highlight enough, but I should just highlight. The advantage of broadening out the data and the sort of drawing on, for example, calls for service and so on, is that data is service-wide. So in other words, it involves all incidents, all calls for service, and so on. If you really want to understand how to reduce use of force overall, and not just racial disproportionalities, what we really want to try to understand is use of force incidents are a teeny fraction of all the interactions police have. And in a way, the question is why in all those other incidents is de-escalation effective? And what can we learn from that in order to eliminate or further reduce use of force incidents? And that comes from the comprehensive data that, like I say, is already integrated into this report to a certain extent, but the more we integrate that data, comprehensive data, the more we'll have a better idea how to reduce or eliminate use of force incidents overall, including obviously racial disproportionalities.
Member Henshaw, are you done, Member Smith?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. So thank you for the presentation, for the really insightful comments, and for my colleagues here as well. It's clear from this data that we have a problem, which we probably knew anyways. One of the questions I have maybe for the chief, and I've heard all the sort of the rationalizations why the numbers are the way they are in the past. I'm just wondering, do you get a sense that the rank and file is starting to understand that there is a problem and that they have, that they have to be part of, the changing of that? Because it's not, I'm not convinced, or I haven't seen it in the past necessarily. So I'm just wondering if, is there starting to be a shift in the changing based on seeing reports like this and seeing this kind of data, or is it being rationalized away?
So I think the short answer is yes. We as an organization, as a police service, I think we're probably one of the very early organizations to have discussions around systemic racism with our members. It was a very difficult topic to start to have discussions around. You would understand that more than anyone, I think. So we, as we've developed that understanding, that language, the notion around training, the notion around race data collection. We've been involved in race data collection for the past 8 years, at least. So it's something that our organization is becoming more familiar with, more understanding. In the last week at parades and at different environments, we have all had discussions around this report and challenges in it and how we all play a collective role in addressing it. And I think there's two pieces to it that are really important for us. One is this is a societal problem. There is a societal problem in this. You heard Sahada talk about housing. There is the issue of over-policing in certain communities that are vulnerable and have less advantage. We have a societal problem that we have to actually address as a system. But that doesn't escape the police from having that same issue within our own organization, that we have our individual responsibility to identify, track, and repair. So that's what you're hearing us speak about today, is we will never move away from the fact that there's overall system societal problems, and that we need to lead in terms of collectively having those discussions with the medical institutions, with the educational institutions, with employers, with all sorts of different systems within our community. But the police have a responsibility as well. So that's what you're hearing us speak to today. So I do think we are probably quite a progressive policing organization. I think we're continuing to mature, develop, and identify everyone's role in it, from the frontline officers to the dispatchers to the chiefs and deputy chiefs. We all have a role to play in changing this, and we are advancing that discussion and dialogue, and you're seeing outcomes of it as we move ahead.
Okay, well, thanks for your reply. And I think we're still very early days as far as being changed. I may, have some follow-up questions and then one of the next items that's related to this, but thanks for that.
Thank you, Member Hanson. Member Curry.
Thank you for this. I think this is a fabulous discussion. I just want to make a couple of points. The specific example about the 911 call and the response and the way it was described, Sahada, I think that is super helpful for all of us to understand, because when that is actually, as we call, you look at data or you go for a deep dive in one specific instance. So you say, okay, well, what needs to be fixed there so that doesn't happen again? I'm wondering, so you say you do that on all 427 incidences, and you continue to do that real understanding of what happened in that situation. Then when you have that information and you say, okay, that needs to be done, how able do you think either the CEC is, the police services is, to feed that information into, and in this one, it would be 911, right? But say if it were very simply another organization altogether that would need to be involved, is that the role of the guiding council? Is that how that fits in, or how will you take your data and then actually do something that will then make change?
Yeah, so the Community Equity Council, with that specific example, I'll just give you a very concrete one, how we dealt with that. So having to listen to that call, because we wanted to know, how did the call go through? Because when the incident happened and we approached police and said, this is unacceptable, it's leading us 10 steps backwards with the work that we are doing with the community. So how did this happen? And how come such force was used on children? at their doorsteps. You know, it was just unacceptable force that would use. How did that happen? And what we heard is what came true. So what came true? And how did you receive that information? Let's analyze that. And so that's where we listen to the 911 call. How did it go? And so for me, the gaps, and for us at Community Equity Council, the gaps began from the inception when the call came in. You know, if there was enough EDI training, the call received would have been triaged differently from the way it was sent through. And the officers answering the calls, hearing gun, immediately goes into enforcement mode, right? And it turned out to be completely false. And yet a community is impacted by that. So we analyze the calls, we make recommendations, we speak with the family, we speak with the community members, we speak with the streets that was impacted, because when this happened, everybody, neighbors came out and saw what happened, and it traumatized the entire community, in addition to the Black community. And so those kinds of consultations, what would you like to see next? And then having them understand what actually took place, the process in itself, and giving recommendations, and we at the Community Equity Council analyzing it and taking it. And the good thing about the Community Equity Council is that we have the chief sitting on it. And so he has the power to make things happen. And so we tell them and they make things happen. And if they don't, we continue to push and ask for accountability until we get to where we need to go.
Well, this is excellent that this is set up this way. Say if it isn't the police, though, is that where Donna Gray gets this information and then counselors understand where we need to change our budget or something else needs to change? I'm just trying to follow through all the examples.
So from a guiding council perspective, that it would follow through to Donna and her team to actually get that information. If it's a policing specific issue, and it's not policing specific, it has city relations, we'll provide, and we have regular ongoing discussions with Steve Kanalakis and his entire team. So we would funnel it appropriately. So I'm not sure if that specifically answers your question, but it's about partnerships and the collaboration with the groups you see here, as well as our city partners.
Okay, well, I think that some of this data then will be helpful, as long as it is clear what we think some of the root causes are. I mean, that's the data you want. I will just say that in our hospitals, we do have goals for 0 serious safety events. And, you know, so to the delegation, like if there was a goal, there's sort of a risk in it, you think, because people maybe won't report, or people will report it differently because they'd like to get to 0. However, if there is a culture that if you don't report this, we won't be able to figure out what the causes are, then we won't get further support to fix some of these problems. I think you might there might be some motivation to get to closer to 0 uses of force. And, you know, really people might think that that would be impossible. And we thought that at hospitals that we would never be able to get to 0 serious safety events ever. And it's happened. It's happened all over the world once those goals were set. So it's something to think about. I have a number of comments, but this is a long meeting and other people have lots of comments, but I love this presentation. This is very helpful information.
Thank you, Member Leeper.
Thank you. Something I had intended to do was just ask on behalf of the delegate who spoke to us earlier about some of the data and what's not shown. So using, for example, in table 4, for subjects of use of force who are Black, something like 38% of them were subjects. The call began with weapons calls, disturbance calls, suspicious persons, mental health apprehensions, warrant calls. That's not a majority at 38%. What resulted in, what led to the use of force? What are the calls or the pretexts that led to the incidents that are not listed here?
Sure. So just to be clear, there are a wide range of use of calls for service, and this is a subset of that wide range. I think the number is somewhere around 20. This is a set of 5 that are most commonly associated with the use of force prior to having data, basically. So this is why we've pulled these. This is a selective use of pull from that data. Partly to keep in mind that the important point was that these use of or calls for service are often used to rationalize use of force incidents. And what we're doing here in this section is dispelling or suggesting that they do not provide a rationale or explanation or excuse those use of force ratio disproportionality. The other ones are so that's sort of where the numbers come from.
Is the rest of the data available?
I think that it hasn't been publicly released.
I'd be interested in seeing it. I'd be interested in knowing how many, I'd be interested, for example, in knowing how many uses of force arise from traffic stops. And some of those things that we may not normally think lead to use of force. The other question I had with Beatrice still on my mind.
Can I just say that that was one of our suggestions too going forward. Yeah, I think it's important to understand that in the context of this report that it's the very first one of its kind. That is, we have adapted race to an existing form, but race was not intended to be a variable for that form when it originally was constructed. So as we move along, as Les has suggested, we want to have more intersectional variables like age and gender, and we want to have location variables as well. And all of those are possible, and going to build a deeper, more robust database for interpreting some of these questions and problems that have been raised today as well.
Sorry, but what I think I heard was that the other types of occurrence types, you have various occurrence types. You have the number that they're categorized by race, and that number could be available to us. And I was asking whether or not that number is public, and what you're saying is that currently it's not, but I'm asking, could it be made public, because I'm interested in seeing it.
I'll just add to that was one of our suggestions as well. We believe that all data should be made public, and I do believe that that is going to be the result of this data as well. But I have to ask Chief Bell.
And you've seen the commitment to data transparency through this data, improved data collection and analytics and data transparency. So we are absolutely working towards having all of that data released. So yes, we can provide that data.
Yeah, because the other one that I'm wondering about is the table 5, racist subjects involved in serious outcomes of use of force. So you've listed a number of serious outcomes of use of force, which is firearms discharged. Obviously, a firearm was pointed at somebody, a taser was discharged at somebody. There are various other outcomes, though, that I presume are not considered as serious. Putting hands on somebody, for example, taking control of somebody at a scene, handcuffing somebody. I'm wondering how granular that information is, and then again, I'm wondering if it's available on a basis of race.
I mean, the short answer, well, it's not as granular as hands-on, but it is for sure. There are a number of other incidents involving use of force or that are outcomes. We're highlighting here in this table 3 particularly serious outcomes, right? I mean, and again, keep in mind that this is not a comprehensive report on use of force with the OPS. It's through a race lens. And so in that sense, it's also important to realize that some of your questions are less about race and more broadly about use of force. Which doesn't mean that you can't say that there's a need for that. I'm just saying that this report does not claim to be everything to do with use of force.
Yeah, it is just hard for us to make that decision, or it is hard for us to get to that conclusion without actually seeing the data. So I appreciate that. No, it is getting late. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Any other question to the group? No? Well, I'd like to thank Dr. Foster and Dr. Jacobs and Sahara Alola. Thank you so much for answering all the question and for reporting. So what's in front of us that the Ottawa Police Service Board received this report for information. Is the item received? Thank you. Now we're going to item 16. Does the board need a bio break for 5 minutes, or you want to carry on? Yes, okay. So we'll take a 5-minute, 10-minute break.
Est-ce que je peux avoir votre attention, s'il vous plaît, board members, if you'd like to take your seats? We're going to continue. So, Member Leeper, you had asked to hold item number 16. Would you
Oh, there it is. I can ask my question offline.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. So in that case, I will ask that the board, that the Ottawa Police Services Board receive this report for information. Is it received? Yes, Member Henschel, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Just one quick question. I just had a quick chat there with the chief, but I just looked at it. It's really good. It's really interesting. It'd be nice to know if there's, and I don't need an answer right now. I'm just wondering, like, do we have any metrics? Are we going to see anything to check or to see down the road? Is this making a difference? Do we see a change in, in behaviors or those kind of things because of some of the work that's being done as a result of this? Or do we have a baseline to work on? Be the first sort of question, if there's any thought around that. And then the second one was just some of this training, especially the mandatory online training, looks really interesting. I think that might be interesting for board members to have the opportunity to look at some of this and see that or go through it, because I think it's important for us too to understand not only the issues, but also how it's being dealt with, because I think that would be insightful.
Thank you. Chief?
Sorry about that. Thank you. In terms of having access to our training, we were fortunate enough to have an online training portal through Degreed, and we can absolutely create an opportunity to create accounts for the board members so that they can access our training modules. Beyond that, you can also provide insight, perspective on that platform. So we'd be very happy to do, just to let you know, we've given Community Equity Council access to it, so they actually review and contribute. So we'd be more than happy to do the same for the board. In terms of, do we see tangible results? One of the things we've identified working with the Community Equity Council, particularly around our EDI action plan, is around KPIs to measure and identify these areas. That's part of the reason that we're bringing in our data specialist is to help us build that baseline and that longitudinal approach. What we've very clearly committed to do and will continue to commit to do is not collect data for the sake of collecting data. We will collect data, we'll appropriately analyze it, and then we'll actually use it to drive operations, to drive behavior changes in the organization. Because short of that, you're just collecting data, and we don't want to do that. We want to actually use it to help improve our service.
Thanks very much.
Oh, I thought I had seen another light on there, but okay, so we're done. So again, thank you. I'm asking that the Ottawa Police Services Board receive this report for information. Is it received? Thank you. Next item is the Workforce Management Report, first quarter 2022, and I can see here that we're holding that one as well. So, and we also have a delegate, so I will ask for Mr. Ryan Saint-Jean to please come forward. Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you. And Mr. Saint-Jean, you have 5 minutes starting now. Thank you.
That long. I did have two questions. I was going to submit one by email after Councillor Curry's suggestion. I only have to read this one out because of procedural stuff. The other question is about why couldn't this be virtual? So I was going to amend my speech, but the way it's formatted, I have to ask the question, otherwise I'd lose my spot. So I did send this to email during the meeting, so I don't expect you to have reviewed it yet. So first question about the convoy, second is about process procedure. We all know it's over, thankfully. I was going to discuss this topic because it mentioned the resignations and the suspensions. I know because of HR rules, you can't discuss specific resignations during that period of February, March. But if I did have a question, I know it can't get answered. Will any of the members be involved in any internal inquiries or reports about the occupation? So like a lessons learned plan. Do you miss out on any of the people that were suspended or quit? I know externally the inquiries will have the ability to compel people, but if I had a question, it would be whether any of those suspended or resigned members are going to be a part of that lessons learned campaign from the occupation. Other questions just about hybrid participation. It's 3 hours and 45 minutes into this. We're all hungry, we're all tired. I know you guys have rules about eating in here, but you wouldn't have anybody eating in the back row if you did virtual stuff. So this is a joke, but you might get ants at one point because people sneak food into the back. You save your budget, whatever needs to go towards virtual participation, sell it right there. So that's it. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we're on item. So that the Ottawa Police Service Board received this report for information. You have question, Member Curry?
Just on the workforce management report, I guess, to our earlier conversations, I have some pretty significant concerns about whether or not we have enough workforce. I mean, when you give us hard numbers about how many members we have, how many are working, that doesn't tell the whole tale of who's actually having accommodations and who isn't able to do this, that, or the other. The hard numbers don't tell the whole story. And every board I'm on, maybe it's me, we're having a human resources issue, so I just wanted to lodge the comment there that this report to me was quite worrisome. When I worry that we don't have enough people, we don't have enough resources.
Member Curry, I'd just like to say earlier we had a bit of a conversation about this, and I hear what you're saying, and I think one of the things we need to do, and Lance Laporte is here, he's the acting human resources director, and we've been talking about needing to dig further into the trends, like who's leaving, how long have they been here, like what's the average people stay, is that changing? When people leave, why are they leaving? Are there any, trends that we need to be paying attention to? So that's, I think that's going to be, really important. And I think I would echo your comments around, you're just hearing so much about organizations having trouble recruiting people. And I'm feeling very optimistic about Staff Sergeant LeBlanc's work in terms of recruitment. But I'm also really curious to see, how successful we're going to be. I assume we will be, but I am hearing a lot as well. And we have to pay attention. And even in terms of, I wanted to say it earlier, in terms of attracting women, we need to be thinking about strategies to make sure that it's a place that women would want to come to work and want to stay. And further to the point around people coming for not for their entire careers anymore, but maybe for a decade. We need to start carving out what does their career path look like then after that? What are other areas they could go to work with the skills that they have, if that's a conversation. So this is a really important topic, and we have to, I think, dig in further to sort of what is going on in terms of some of the trends.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, to the delegation that we just heard, when people resign, is it mandatory that they do an exit interview? I don't know if you can mandate that, but do you actually find out exactly what they hated about the job, what they were furious about, what they would advise needs to be done? Do we get all that information?
We need to do a better job on that. And I don't know that it can be mandatory, but we can be actively involved in a conversation that collects the data. And I think most people will be happy to tell you, what their experiences were and sit down and have an exit interview. And I think organizations generally don't do a very good job of that, but it is something I think we need to be doing. I don't know if Lance, there's further information on that. I don't get the sense that we've been really diligent about doing that.
My apologies. It's been a while since I spoke at one of the board meetings, so I'm just familiarizing myself with the decorum. As CAO Dunker indicated, no exit interviews are not mandatory. And I will acknowledge for a whole host of reasons, we have not been as robust in doing them in recent times as we have in the past. So we'll definitely be picking that up. We are fortunate, though, that when folks do resign, we usually do get an explanation in a resignation letter. So we do have at least some historical trends that we can draw upon, plus some of the interviews we've had in the past. The only other thing, if I can just quickly add, with respect to female officers who have resigned so far this year, as you'll see from the report, it appears to be based on the names of it, three of the 14 resignations were female, which is fairly close to representative of the current workforce demographics with respects to the split between male and female. So I suspect as we dig into it a little bit deeper, there will be some trends to identify, but on a very high level at this point, it doesn't seem to be a higher percentage compared to the demographics of the workforce who are leaving from a female perspective.
Okay, thank you for that.
No other question? Just a question, Madam CAO. In the past, we had asked for exit, for exit interview, find out what's the reason, because I think Linda Duxbury did a study about this. Professor Duxbury from Carleton University, she did a study about this. I think Chief Bell wants to step up. So you know what I'm talking about, Steve.
The role overload study. Yeah, she is. She did that here and in other jurisdictions.
And the finding is that's what we are facing with, and I think that's what Member Henschel said earlier. It's many of the new recruit or the new staffing, they're not considering this is going to be for the next 35 years, basically what their father or predecessor did this. And that's the challenge we have, it's not just in our service, but I think in multiple jurisdictions anyway.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, I would absolutely agree with that. But I think in that, it's incumbent on us as an employer to not try and drive our desires into the workforce, as opposed to actually look at progressive ways that we change as an employer, either to make sure we're creating circumstances where people want to stay, or that we have career paths that are of shorter term. I think it's a bit of a turnoff to people for us to say, if you come here, you're coming for 30 years. So we actually have to adapt as an employer. And I believe through our recruitment strategy that you saw tonight, through some of our other practices, we're actively trying to do that. That is also one of the reasons that we are probably having a lot of good success in looking to recruit diverse members, increasingly focusing on women into our classes that not every police service across Canada has been seeing. But I totally agree with you, and it's incumbent on us to be responsive to the needs of the workforce.
Would it be possible to send a link of that report to the board members? Like many of us would love to read it again.
Yeah, absolutely. What we can do is we can have a conversation with Dr. Duxbury. I know that I believe she may be commissioning a new study now. Her last report is a little dated, but she might be doing work right now in that area, and we'll be able to provide the older reports, any other work she's done around there, and then any research she has going on now.
Because as you heard tonight from two members of our board asking the same question about this, I think that report will shed some light what needs to be done. If there's no other question, is that the Ottawa Police Service Board received this report for information? Is the item received? Thank you. Item number 18, performance report, first quarter. I believe Member Curry held this item.
Yeah, thank you for holding that. I just have one question, and that is, the priority calls, there's more than, there's 7 priorities, aren't there? Like 7 or 8 or 6 or 7 or something? I don't know how many there are, but my question is, priority 1s would be very serious, but priority 2 would be very serious as well. And in this report, we only really got priority 1 data. And I would think, like, when I think of same thing as, I always go back to the hospital's model, but somebody's who's triaged as the highest level of importance, the next one down is also critical. The next one down is also very serious. And so when I think about your priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, I don't know how far it goes down. They can be very serious calls to have, we're not getting the data on what your response is for those. And I just wondered why, and if you had a comment on that, if it's dramatically different.
I completely agree with you. This report has been established around expectations from the board, and it's one that we've identified likely should be revisited. We can, and I'm not sure if our data people are around right now, but we can actually look at providing more in-depth information through all of our 7 priority type calls. And that can be provided to the board. This has just been identified individually because it was what was requested by previous boards in terms of reporting.
Okay, well, I, for one, I don't know what the rest of you think, but I think that we need more than priority 1, just to see what your challenges are. Because I mean, you can be great at priority 1, but what about 2 and 3 when they're also critical, right? If you don't have enough resources, is my point.
Totally agree. So priority 1 was established because clear benchmarks in terms of call responses were established around it. So this was for us to be able to report to the board how we were meeting the benchmarks that had been established. We would be happy to provide the call data in terms of call volumes in the different priority lists, but there wouldn't be benchmarking associated to that because we haven't established it in the same way and don't report on it in the same way. So happy to do it, just you wouldn't see it in exactly the same format unless you requested us to change our reporting.
I think whatever you think would be valuable, like that actually tells us something, that would be helpful. I would like.
Thank you, Member Kerr. If there's any other question about this file, no. So the Ottawa Police Service Board received this report for information. Is the item received? See, before we leave, I believe this is our last item. We have our next board meeting is June 27, and I believe, Madam Vice Chair, you have inquiries on behalf of one of our colleagues.
Yes, I have an inquiry from Councillor Fleury.
Oui.
This is an inquiry that had originally been submitted by Councillor Ralston, but seemed to have gotten lost in the shuffle on February 15th with the board and clerk. So here's Councillor Fleury's request. Many questions are being asked about the tactic and elements of enforcement related to the occupation in our downtown core, and response to the questions below would help clarify some of this. Number 1, what legal advice led OPS to allowing trucks to move freely outside of the designated city truck routes? Number 2, was the demonstration declared illegal, and if so, when did this take place? Number 3, when was the first request to the federal and provincial government for resources take place, and what was it for and on what date? Please include any and all correspondence and requests from the city/OPS authorities to the Government of Canada, including RCMP, and the date those requests occurred. Please include any and all correspondence and requests from the city and OPS authorities to the Government of Ontario, including OPP, and the date those requests occurred. Number 4, what were the enforcement tactics once the situation altered from a protest to an occupation? And finally, number 5, what, if any, ultimatum to leave was given to the occupiers? If so, when and with what consequences? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Bellicer, but I mean, I'm not going to make a comment about inquiry, but no, it was not lost in the shovel. We took some of those information and we include them in the first motion we ever introduced to the inquiry. So this is part of both inquiries, federally, municipally, and Ottawa Police Service Board's inquiry. So I'm not sure who's going to answer other than the inquiry will answer those questions. But anyway, we'll receive it and we can respond to Councillor Fleury.
Thank you.
If anything else, did we miss anything before we? I need a motion to adjourn. So move, and we are adjourned, folks. Thank you very much. It's been a long meeting, but thank you for hanging there.